to the meeting of the Planning Committee here in the month of April, and also welcome to those joining us remotely via WebEx and those viewing online on YouTube as well. So just to get things started, apologies for the delay in getting started. And just at the outset, I want to also, on behalf of the Planning Committee, offer congratulations and support to Paul McDermott, who is our permanent now lead planner. So wishing Paul well, continued success in that role on behalf at this stage. So item 1 then is to consider apologies. Any apologies? Councillor Garrity?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor John Coyle. Apologies.
Coyle, okay. And nobody else indicating? Okay. And item 2 then is to sign the minutes and confidential minutes of previous meetings held on the 16th of March 2022. That has been done. Item 3 is declarations of interest in respect to the agenda here. So, Councillor McLaughlin.
So I'm not sure. Is the called in item going to be? It was referred back. Is it going to be? I previously declared an interest in that.
It would remain relevant then. Yeah, we could record that. Yeah, so that is item 4. Yeah, item 5. Sorry, item 5. LA 10 2020 1114F. And I also want to declare an interest in item 7, application 2, LA 10 2021 0277F. And obviously, I take a nomination for a chairperson for that item. So that's item 7. Will that part of the item 7, application 2? We can deal with that when we come to that point. I believe that's all the declarations of interest. So item 4 then is matters arising from the meeting on the 16th of March. Page 1, 2, 3, page 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, page 11, page 12, 13, 14, and 15. And then at page 16, just going to bring Paul in on that. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just under item 12, planning actions from November 21 to January 21. One of the actions members in December was at the 16th of December meeting. We had resolved the right to the department regarding the timeline on the DFI holding direction. And I suppose it would be a timely update now. The report on the Unipork application and the progress since the holding direction has been withdrawn. And it might be just important to go on the confidential business at this stage.
Okay, proposed by Councillor McGuire, seconded by Councillor Robinson in the confidential business. Just give us a moment. summary.
Okay, Chair. So during confidential business, members received verbal update and legal advice in relation to the next steps following the withdrawal of the holding direction by the department in respect of application LA 10 2019-1392F. Members noted that the decision has now issued and also agreed to review the decision to look at the potential to challenge DFI in relation to the issuing of holding directions and associated undefined timeframes following the Assembly elections and the appointment of a new minister.
Okay, we're content with that. A proposer for that, Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor McGuire. Okay, so we're just finishing off returning to the minutes of the meeting. So page 17 and page 18. Okay, no further issues arising there. Okay, so item 5 then is to receive a report from the meeting of the ad hoc committee regarding the call-in of planning committee's decision to approve application LA 10 2020 1114F, and that's paper A, members.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
Kim.
So the purpose of this report is to advise of the decision of the ad hoc committee, which was convened to consider the call-in of the decision taken at the reconvened planning committee meeting on the 20th of March and to outline the next steps in the process. And at the reconvened meeting on the 20th of March, the committee, by a majority of votes cast, voted to grant approval for application LA 10 2020 1114F, subject to conditions, with authority delegated to officers to agree the final wording of those conditions. And there's a minute of that meeting attached as Appendix 1 to this paper. On the 4th of April, the Chief Executive received a written request to call in this decision. A copy of the request and the subsequent correspondence is attached at Appendices 3 and 4, respectively, to this report. At the April meeting of the Council, it was noted that in line with Section 21(3) of Standing Orders, an ad hoc committee of the Council, the membership of which would be the chairs of all committees of the Council, would be convened, and that the role of that committee was to determine whether to support the decision of the Planning Committee or to refer the decision back to the decision maker, i.e. the Planning Committee. So in terms of key issues, the ad hoc committee met virtually on Thursday, the 11th of April, and the minutes of that committee meeting are attached as Appendix 5. The decision of the committee unanimously was to refer the decision back to the decision maker, i.e. the Planning Committee, for consideration. The Planning Committee is now required to consider its decision and to satisfy itself that the issues raised via the call-in notice are satisfactorily considered as part of the decision-making process. Members will recall that the application was included on the weekly list of recommendations on the 11th of February 2022 with a recommendation to refuse planning permission. The application was called in for determination by the Planning Committee, and the application with supporting statements was presented to the reconvened Planning Committee meeting on the 28th of March with a recommendation to refuse planning permission. Planning Officer's report was attached and noted that the surrounding area was largely residential in character with a high level of residential amenity. Report assessed disturbance caused by customers in their vehicles, and overall the recommendation was to refuse permission, subject to one reason for refusal. The draft minutes of the reconvened meeting held on the 28th of March set out members' consideration of the application. A member proposed that the application be granted approval. The member considered that the noise report addressed the concerns and that this was a mixed-use area, advising that he was content that the scale and nature of the business was not out of character. In response to the above proposal, officers advised that members should not give any weight in the consideration to comments in relation to no complaints being made to environmental health. Comments should only be in relation to environmental health's consultation response to the planning application. Members then resolved by a majority of 6 votes to 4 that the application be granted planning permission, subject to conditions, with authority delegated to officers to agree the final wording of those conditions. The ad hoc committee has then referred the decision back to the planning committee. So as such, the options available to the committee today are to either confirm that it is satisfied that all of the issues raised in the call-in notice have been fully considered and taken into account, alongside all of the material considerations in respect of the application, and that the committee upholds its previous decision to approve application LA 10 2020 1114F, subject to conditions, the final wording of which has been delegated to officers. Or the second course of action is that in the event of outstanding issues or additional matters which members consider the call-in notice to have raised, to defer the decision on the application to the May meeting of the committee. If the latter option is pursued, the application would be represented in the normal manner to the committee, and provision would be made for speaking rights to be sought for the application. Well, members, the recommendation is that in the context of the referral from the ad hoc committee, and in accordance with the options detailed at paragraph 2.8, that the planning committee considers its position in relation to application LA 10 2020 1114F.
Chair, I thought Councillor Garrity was first.
Oh,
Thanks very much. Again, this is the second one that has been called back to us to decide what to do. I think, from my point of view, I think there were issues that weren't fully addressed at our last meeting, and I would be recommending option 2, that the matter is called back in for full consideration by the committee. So that's my proposal.
And Councillor Garrity?
thank you, Chair. And just by way of note, I think my light was on first, just for technical issues there in case we're going forward. But want to thank Kim for the report and the ad hoc committee. And I would be of the contrary to Councillor Irvine, and I would be proposing option 1, which is that we confirm that we are satisfied that all issues were raised in the call-in notice, and that we go along with our original decision, which last month was in the approved permission for LA 10 2020 114/F. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I'll keep an eye on the system now, but it's possible I missed that somehow, but I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you. So, Councillor Rainey?
Chairman, I'm happy to second Councillor Irvine's proposal.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Robinson?
I was coming in the second, it was already done.
Okay. And Councillor Maguire?
I'm going to carry well, similar to the other conversation we had in confidential, where decisions are made and then they're called in or they're processed. As I said then, I think that we give it due consideration and to the best of our ability with officers' guidance, etc. I believe that we did consider and made our decision. So I'm quite happy to support Councillor Garrity in this instance.
Second that proposal. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, members. So we have our first proposal to be proposed and seconded by Councillor Irvine and seconded by Councillor Rainey, and that is to refer this application back to the May, to be reconsidered at the May committee meeting. Is all members in agreement? No. Okay, well then I will ask for maybe a show of hands in support of that proposal by Councillor Irvine. So those in favour are Councillor Irvine, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Rainey and Councillor Robinson. And those against? Those against are Councillor Deehan, Councillor Garrity, Councillor Feely, Councillor Maguire, Councillor McElduff and Councillor Campbell. And those abstaining is Councillor O'Reilly. So that proposal has fallen. So moving on then, our next proposal on the table is from Councillor Garrity, seconded by Councillor Maguire, and that was to uphold the original decision. So I'm going to take a vote on that. I assume that we're not in agreement. Members, so those in favour of that proposal? are Councillor Deehan, Councillor Garrity, Councillor Feely, Councillor Maguire, Councillor McElduff, and Councillor Campbell. And those against are Councillor Irvine, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Rainey, and Councillor Robinson. So the majority are in favour of that proposal. So I'm going to ask Kim to sum up the decision there.
Thank you, Chair. So by majority of votes cast, the committee has agreed that it is satisfied that all of the issues raised have been fully considered and taken into account alongside all of the material considerations in respect of the application, and has upheld its previous decision to approve application LA 10 2020 1114F.
Okay, thank you, members. So just moving on now to item 6, application 1, and that's files for decision by the Planning Committee, paper B. So application 1, LA 10 2021 0740F. I'll ask Darren to introduce the application.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So paper B then, application number 1, LA 10 2021 740/F is a full application for a new car park extension. The applicant then is the council, and the location then is 200 metres southeast of the Grange offices, Mountjoy Road in Omagh. The recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to one reason. Just take members through the details then on the screen. Remember, you can see the site location plan, and the site then is identified in red. The Lisnelly Avenue then is adjacent to the site. So you can see on the screen now, remember, it's the site location plan, the Lisnelly Avenue with the access into the existing car parks, and the site then identified in red. So the block plan then shows the red is the Lisnelly Avenue. At the top, you have the access coming in, the existing access coming in, and you can turn right into the top car park or go straight on into the bottom car park. The extension then is to the left as you go down the slope into the lower car park. It's to the left then in an area of grass at the moment. And the proposal is to extend the car park out on that side to give the additional spaces. Just aerial photograph then, members. So you can see then you go into the existing car parks. You have the upper one and the lower one. And the proposal is to extend into the green grassed area to provide the additional spaces. You'll note from the report, one of the issues does relate to flooding, and the site is within the floodplain, and that has been considered within the report, and it's accepted and acknowledged that the site will flood. However, for the reasons listed, the development of the car park is considered to be acceptable within the floodplain. There's also an issue then about a surface water sewer underneath the existing car park. And again, you'll note from the report that is considered and is something for the developer to take into account when they're developing the site. So the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the one condition.
Members, we do have speaking rights, which may or may not be exercised. Is that right? Yep. So I'm just going to maybe ask if anyone has any questions for the officer. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Not really a question, and thanks, Darren, for the report on this. I would be happy to go to the recommendation. We don't need speakers to exercise their rights. So if we're happy to go to recommendation, I'm happy to propose the recommendation as listed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Irvine.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. It's straightforward. I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a proposal and it's been seconded to approve. All in agreement? Okay, thank you. Unanimous.
Okay, members. So application LA 10 2021 0740, the full application was recommended for approval by officers. Members have granted approval for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the one planning condition.
Councillor McGuire.
Hi, Gurmagad. Glenn, just that is a novel way of dealing with the recommendation. As far as I'm aware, I don't believe it has happened before in my time on the planning committee. I'm just wondering that is that correct procedure within our protocols to actually jump ahead of speaking rights? Just because I'm anticipating it happening in another event where people have rights. Have we had authorization from the speakers that they're happy enough for us to go to the recommendation? That's basically what I'm asking, because
My understanding is, member, that they are, councillor, there if there's any questions really from that point of view. And it wasn't a matter of due course that they wanted to exercise them, but maybe ask, is that correct, Kim?
Yes, council officers were in attendance in the event that there were questions, really, in regard to the applications, but really had no requirement to exercise their speaking rights.
And it's the same really for the next 3 applications. So they are present and willing to exercise them if needed be, or to answer any questions. Yes, Councillor Thompson, you're flashing. Yeah, go ahead there.
Thank you for letting me in again, Chair. Just for Councillor McGuire's query, it has been done before on a very odd occasion, but it has been done before.
Odd occasion, yeah. Councillor Irvine.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson has preempted me. It has. What happened before, I think, Tommy, was when we'd gone straight to the recommendation, we'd actually gone back and deferred to the people who had speaking rights, because they hadn't indicated whether they would exercise them or not, and they were happy in that instance just to not exercise them. We went straight through. So it's not, I think we were preempted that it was only on a requirement with the speaking rights need to be exercised, but quite correct to actually check up on procedure. Well done, thank you.
Okay, members, thank you. So application 2 then is LA 10 2021 0738F. Darren will introduce it.
Okay, members, so application number 2 then is LA 10 2021 0738, and it's a full application by the council for a footpath link with associated works, which includes rails, fences, gates and bollards. And the location then is lands in Lisnelly Avenue car park and the rear of St Patrick's Park in Omagh. Recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 5 conditions. So again, members, just on the screen then is the site location plan. The site then is identified in red and goes in off the avenue, down in through the existing car park, runs along the in between the 2 car parks to go over to connect into the Riverside Walk. And the block plan then just shows that in more detail. So on the right hand side of the slide, you can see the blue line then is the avenue at the moment, and the blue arrow then is you coming off the avenue. So that's the existing vehicular access into the car parks. The footpath link then will start at the existing crossing point into the children's play area. We'll run across the top car park. There'll be no change to the ground levels there, so it'll be just sitting on the existing tarmac levels. You then will run along the grassed area in between the 2 car parks up towards the end then, and bend round then in front of number 1, parallel to the existing car park, before you then enter into the St Pat's Park area, which will eventually join out over then beside the Riverside Walk where the bridge is. There's a pedestrian guardrail to go along the central area of the path. And then you can see in the red rectangles, it identifies that there'll be a paladin fence along the boundary then with number 1, and that'll be 2.4 on one side, and it'll also be 3 meters then around the other side. So that's the fence then, it'll run along the boundary with the neighbour. And then just in more detail then, so you can see that the green line then is the fence that'll be erected, and that'll run along the parallel with the path. Behind that fence then there'll be low maintenance screening. Amenity planting will be carried out to be maintained by the council, obviously. As you go around the corner then, you head towards the Riverside Walk. You can see again there's an eco fence. The 3 meter high fence then will go along the path before it joins on then to the existing Riverside Walk. So that's the proposed cross section of the path. So you can see the top slide then is the existing ground levels where it won't change. The path then will just sit on top of the existing tarmac. The area then in the bottom slide where there's a slope, the ground will be regraded to create a level platform, 3 meters wide path with pedestrian guardrails either side. There are 4 new street lights proposed, and you can see those on the screen. So the Riverside Walk then is in the top left. You can see the blue line. That's the bridge, existing bridge. So the path then will connect into that, and there will be 4 new lights then, street lights, along this area of the path, and those are the red dots. So the one up beside the existing path will shine out onto the existing footpath that's there. The other 3 then will shine into the path. So they'll be facing away from the neighbour's property, so there'll be no impact on their amenity, with the light shining down onto the footpath. And again, that's just a location of the path in relation to 2 neighbours. So you do have number 1 and number 2, and they are the closest neighbours, and there are objections in relation to the application. So you can see the proximity of the path to them. And that's just an aerial photograph then of the number 1 and number 2. And the red line then is the approximate position of the path as it comes down through the existing car park, runs parallel with the boundary of number 1, and then turns around the corner and runs along their boundary again along the left-hand side. So that's a Google Street View image then, just looking at the 2 properties. You can see number 1 on the left-hand side of the slide and number 2 then on the right-hand side. So if you then are in St. Pat's Park, members, just the back of the goalposts, approximately in that position, the yellow star, and you're looking to the right-hand side, that's the view then at the moment. And you can see the path will come through there along the edge of that existing fence. And if you turn around and look back on yourself, that's a photograph of the existing boundary at the moment. So the recommendation then, members, is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 5 conditions.
Thanks, Darren. And if members have any questions at this point, Councillor Irvine?
Yeah, just a question. Is this pedestrian only, or is it shared with cyclists?
It's called a footpath link, Councillor, and I don't have any information on whether cyclists will use it, but I'm sure much like the Riverside Walk, it can be dual purpose and could be used by both.
One suggestion, it might filter back down to our maintenance department. Any time that we're doing sort of shared surfaces for cyclists and pedestrians, if not already considered, we may have to consider markings on the pavement to delineate which side or what part of the footpath the cyclist has to take. Because I know on the continent, and I know over the mainland and even down the Republic, where we're getting a lot of cycle lanes, it actually helps avoid collisions between pedestrians and cyclists. Because I know a lot of cyclists go very fast, and if you're traveling at 25, 30 miles an hour, you can do substantial damage to an individual if you come up behind them. And unfortunately, a lot of pedestrians have these little things plugged in their ears, and they are completely oblivious to their surroundings and walk on. And that goes also for motorised traffic when they're out. So I think it's something we may need to take into account. And are we happy that the 4 columns will provide enough light, bearing in mind the recent attacks late at night, particularly on young people and women in our community throughout this island and across in the UK? So I know the reference has been that you can go through the Grange Park, but a lot of people don't use that at night because of the poor lighting. I think we need to be aware of attacks, unfortunately, in our wider society area, and we need to ensure that people who are out for a recreational stroll in the evening are protected, at least with illumination. So there's just a few queries. Apart from that, I'm happy enough to propose. It looks like a worthwhile effort. Thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Robinson?
Thanks, Chair. The only issue I would have would be the lighting, would be packed insects along the river, that there, biodiversity and the thing. It needs to take into consideration, but I'm happy enough to second the proposal.
Okay, remember just in relation to the issues raised by Councillor Irvine, I think those really would be matters for estates rather than for the planning process and planning permission. And you can see the representatives here from the council who are listening in, so I'm sure they'll take note of that. In terms of the lights and the impact on the insects, the council has consulted with the Environment Agency and they have come back saying they're content with the proposal and have raised no issues subject to the normal conditions.
Mr. McElduff?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my view of the matter is that it's a very important thing to do to link up the Riverside Walk with the Grange Park. But if we go to page 3 in the report and 4.0 representations, and if you just go with that second substantive, body of print there, the issues raised can be summarised. And there's some very specific proposals contained therein, about separation, noise, and the type of measures that may need to be taken. And I would like to think that the council would be maximalist in relation to, helping address residents' concerns. Again, Darren has said that maybe that's more to do with estates than planning, that type of thing. But in the course of this meeting, I would like to hear assurances that the neighbours who have, justifiable concerns about maybe people straying into their property, that won't happen, that will be prevented, and that their pleasantness of place will continue to exist. And it's well stated in that substantive paragraph there. So I wonder, does Darren or Paul, does anybody have anything to say in relation to how those concerns are being addressed from a planning perspective? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, members, if I just take you back to the block plan showing the detailing, so you can see the impact upon the two properties is a significant and important material consideration, and one that officers within the council have taken into account when the application was submitted to the planning department. You can see the green line is the fencing that is going along there. So that fence then is the eco fence, if I can find the plan of it. And so that's the design of the fence to go in. So it's a significant height, and in the view of officers, it's a good constraint to stop anybody getting over it, and the chances of anybody climbing the fence would be very limited. Obviously, if you're determined enough, you'll get over these things, but a reasonable person will struggle to get over that fence given the height and scale of it. That runs along the boundary. You can see on the slide there, the boundary beside number 1, across the frontage there. And then when you go around the corner, there's another fence parallel with their boundary, and also then in the St. Pat's Park side. So it'll be along both sides of the path. So the fence is there at the moment. You'll have a similar size fence, and the opportunities then for getting into the property are significantly reduced to a reasonable person. Obviously, if people want to get in, they will get in, but I think officers have made all best efforts they can to take into account the issues raised and have amended the scheme and revised it to try and mitigate those issues.
Councillor Deegan.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Darren, for his report. Well, I too would like to state that, the pathway does run very close to number 1 and number 2 Lissanelli Avenue. And I think that whilst this is an important development, I do think that we should do everything within our power to mitigate against any noise or nuisance which the residents of number 1 and number 2 Lissanelli Avenue are concerned about. However, in Darren's last reply to Councillor McElduff's query, I think he has given us adequate reassurance that the concerns of residents have been considered, and that we're confident that their living amenity will be protected. So on that basis, Chair, I'm happy to support the recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposal by Councillor Irvine and it was seconded by Councillor Robinson. And that's in support of the officer's recommendation to approve. Are we all in agreement? Thank you. And some useful useful points made there regarding cyclists. I know it's outside of the planning, but maybe it is something that as a council, a larger council, we should look at, because I think we have been lobbied, all of us, by cyclists, maybe in relation to how DFA might plan different things like traffic islands and different things, and they probably have a strict criteria and strict reasons why they're designed that way, but maybe there is more joint up thinking could be done to make the roads safer for cyclists as well. I'm sure that is a consideration, but maybe we'll revisit it as a larger council area at some point, and what role we have in estates, but also in terms of lobbying as well. Okay, members, so moving on then to application number 3, and that is LA10 2022-0160. Might ask Darren just to sum up the previous application first. Apologies.
Certainly, members. So the second application then, LA10 2021-0738, the full application for the footpath link. The recommendation by officers was to approve planning permission. Members have granted planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 5 conditions included within the report.
Application 2 then is LA10 2021-0738F. For your consideration, that is in paper B again. Application 3, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes, excuse me. So application 3 then, members, LA10 2022-0160. Again, it's a full application for replacement public convenience. The applicant then is the council, and location then is 85 metres north of the junction of the Mountjoy Road and Lisnelly Avenue. The recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 1 condition. On the screen then, members, just the Allocation Plan. And you can see the Lisnelly Avenue then coming in off the road. I'm sure members are familiar with the location of the play park, and then the site for the new toilets or the public convenience is just to the north of that. So if I turn the slide around then, so you can see then the Lisnelly Avenues on the right hand side. You can see the yellow star then is the location of the former toilet blocks now demolished. You then have the location of the new block further along the road, and it's identified by the blue star. You'll note from the report, members, 1 medium-sized oak tree is to be removed to allow the development to go ahead. And while that's regrettable, a new oak tree will be planted elsewhere within the park as a replacement. So that's just the former toilet block. And then the location of the new block then is just, if you're looking at the slide, members, you can see the red line. So the other side of the fence then is the approximate position of the new block, and that's the tree that has to be removed. So the building itself then is on the slide in front of you. So natural slate roof. It's about 5 meters tall. Hardwood timber then to the sides. The end elevation then is smooth plaster finish, and then you can see the right hand side is the internal layout showing the inside of the building. So members, the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 1 condition.
Thank you, Darren. Any questions in relation to the application? Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Darren, for his report. No, I'm satisfied with this application, Chair, and I'm happy to propose the recommendation that we approve planning permission for this applicant.
And Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself in agreement with Councillor Deehan, and I wish to second the recommendation as listed.
Okay, we have a proposal and it's been seconded. Councillor Deehan, signed by Councillor Thompson. Are we all in agreement? Thank you, all in agreement.
So members, the recommendation was to approve planning permission. Members have granted planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 1 condition.
So members, application number 4 now is LA 10 2022-0223F. I'm going to introduce it.
Okay, so number 4, then application 4 is LA 10 2022-0223. It's a full application for the erection of a lorry parking shed, concrete yard, and small lean-to extension to an existing workshop. Again, the applicant is by the council, and the location then is Unit 2 in the Courtrush Industrial Estate in Omagh. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the one condition. On the screen then, members, is the site location plan. You can see the Great Northern Road then at the right-hand side, and you come in off the at the existing junction then, and you can turn into the existing depot, which is in blue. Application site then is in red, and the location of the development then is identified by the yellow star. So the Great Northern Road then, just along the red line at the top of the slide, you can see the entrance then into the depot. And the shed then, the lorry parking shed then, is the larger of the red rectangles with the yellow star, and the small lean-to extension then is the blue star, and the smaller of the red rectangles beside the blue star. So again, just zooming in a bit closer, members, you can see the extension of the workshop on the left-hand side, and then the lorry parking shed on the right-hand side. So the lorry parking shed then, it's open fronted, and you can see then the individual bays with a cladded roof, allowing access for the vehicles to park in. The extension then is a small lean-to extension onto the side of the existing shed. It's with the finishes to match the existing building. So the recommendation, members, then is to approve plan permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to the one condition.
Your light was. Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
I'm happy to propose the adoption of this recommendation as well. Just one question. What is the definition of whiteland?
Yeah, so in the area plan, the home area plan, the Fermanagh area plan as well, they identify parts of the council area that they wish to specifically zone. So there are areas identified for housing, and areas identified for industry, open space, etc. Any bits that aren't coloured in, if you want to use that common phrase, are left as white land. So they're not coloured in the plan, so they are white on the drawings and on the plans. And then there's an accompanying plan and policy within the plans which relates to that and gives you policies on how those areas will be developed.
Is there a flexibility within whiteland?
Certainly is, yeah. Development on white land will be considered on its merits. So it can be any number of uses really in relation to the existing site and characteristics.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And just I'm happy to propose if that moves the meeting on to.
Thank you again, Chair, and thanks, Darren, for the report. Happy to second the recommendation as listed. Thank you.
As proposed by Councillor McDuff, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All in agreement? In agreement, I think, yeah.
Okay, members, so application LA 10 2022-0223 was a full application for the erection of a lorry parking shed and concrete yard. The recommendation by officers was to approve planning permission. Members have granted planning permission subject to the one condition within the report.
Councillor Maguire.
Glen, just to record that I didn't vote on that particular application. I left the room.
Sorry, apologies. Let's spot that. Yeah. That's noted, Councillor. Okay, so item 7 then is to consider 7 delegated files called in for decision by the Planning Committee. That's paper C. And application 1 is LA 10 2020-0735F. And we do have speaking rights in respect to this application that will be exercised, and we'll come to that during the course of the application. I'll ask Darren just to introduce the.
Okay, members, then, so paper C then, application number 1, LA 10 2020-0735. It's a full application by CT McNabb for a proposed housing development consisting of 2 semi-detached dwellings and 1 detached dwelling and a private access road. The location is approximately 30 metres west of number 5 Browns Glen, Drumquin. Recommendation by officers is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 7 conditions. Members, just to advise, you'll note from the report, I'm sure, that in paragraph 4 under representations, the comments should say, for the reasons listed, officers do not agree with the objections. that the proposal is out of character with the current development and is not contrary to policy. That's an error within the report, so I'd just like to highlight that. The application is within the character of the area and is not contrary to policy, so apologies for that. There's a written representation has also been received from Councillor Mark Buchanan, and that'll be read out by the chair during the speaking rights, so just to advise members on that. So the application then, members, you will recall the application came before you before and was recommended for refusal by officers. It was delegated back to officers to look at alternatives and amendments. So an amended scheme was received and has been re-advertised and re-neighbour notified, and an objection has been received to that, and that is included within the report. The proposal now is for a pair of semi-detached houses, so two houses, two semi-detached houses and one detached house, so 3 units in total. So on the slide then you can see the location of the site in relation to Burrells Glen. The Omer Road is at the bottom of the slide. You come in off the Omer Road into the development and then through and out to the back where the proposed site is. There are a mix of house types within the Burrells Glen, semi-detached houses and detached houses. The block plan then, just to zoom in a bit closer, so you can see the location of the development in relation to the 2 closest properties, so number 5 and number 6. And the access road then is to the right hand side of number 5, and we'll go down to the side of number 6 and allow access into the 2 properties. So the detached house then is a typical 2-storey house with the 4 bedrooms in it. And then the semi-detached house again is a commonly found design these days with the 3 bedrooms in it. So the location it's a sensitive site in relation to the surrounding area. The river goes along the back of the site, and that is to be retained with a buffer between it, with all landscaping and vegetation to be retained. The site will be provided or serviced through a private treatment plant, so it will not connect into the public system, but will have their own system. That is located within the red circle, as you can see on the screen. That is outside the settlement limit, along with part of the turning area, the turning head, as you can see on the slide. However, the red line is marked on the plan. That's the estimated location of the plan. There would be no issue in relation to the development of the small area of turning or the treatment plant outside of the settlement limit. Causes no harm to the amenity or character of the area or is contrary to the plan. So the recommendation then, members, would be to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 7 conditions.
Members, well, we do have speaking rights. We do have speaking rights in respect of this application, and in support of the application is the agent Marcus Kerr. And at this junction, we also have Councillor Buchanan, a written submission, and Councillor Wilson in support of the application. But first, I'll take Marcus Kerr, and there's 10 minutes allocated to this part of the meeting. So you're very welcome, Mr. Kerr, and in your own time, if you go ahead, I will alert you when we're approaching around 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for committee for allowing us to speak. As Darren has previously outlined, we had this application up before the committee before. The issue, I think, was density. The last time we had 4 houses instead of 3. So we've worked with the planning office since and reduced that down to 3 houses. I suppose really we've done a lot of work on this. You know, Darren has outlined about the river. We've had environmental reports to do with the otters, badgers, bats. Even to the extent of the external lighting has been addressed, the lux levels. So there's been extensive work done on this application over a period of time. I think we outlined the last time, you know, there is a scarcity of houses, particularly in the village. We've went for affordable houses. These are not large, expensive detached houses. These are semi-detached, affordable, probably first-time buyers type of houses. I mean, the developer has had several queries from local people looking for a house in this area. That's a popular development which we did about 10 to 15 years ago, I suppose. And there is a lot of interest to get a house in this particular development. So we would I suppose appeal to the committee here today that you know, there is a demand for this house. There is a scarcity of homes. People want to stay within their locality, within the village, rather than to move to Oma, family connections, etc. in the village. There was one objection raised, I suppose, about, you know, a play area. The play area they talked about was out on the public road. This road's adopted by road service. You know, it's not a play area. It's not a recreational area at all. And I mean, we're sitting on the verge of the Gaelic pitch, the soccer pitch. There's been a brand new gym there built within the last 12 months. So there's a lot of recreational facilities, and the council have been part of that. I can't really figure why we're back before the committee with this, and what really the objections are, or what the queries are. I suppose I would be better to speak after I hear what the concerns are that has been raised and why this has been called in again, you know. I think that's really all I want to say at this stage. As I say, I know I haven't used my 10 minutes, and it's maybe not protocol, but if there is queries there and we're allowed to speak again for another couple of minutes, I'd be more than happy to do that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Well, it is within our protocol to allow questions to yourself at this junction, you know, and that'll be the only opportunity. We wouldn't have the opportunity to come in, for example, later on, but at this junction, certainly. Councillor Irvine.
Thank you very much, Chair. Marcus, good afternoon. I'm actually glad to see this coming back, because there was quite an in-depth debate with regard to density the last time we talked about this, and it was referred back, delegated back to the officers to have further discussions with yourself and the applicant to see if something could be done. I think it's always useful when the committee has issues and we need to get them sorted out, that you as agents can go back and talk to our planners, and it's great to be seen. One issue I have, and I know it can't be conditioned on the approval, if it does get approval, I'm not going to preempt the decision of the committee. There's a private sewerage package plan going in. We have issues throughout the district, I think in other districts, about the long-term maintenance, Marcus, of these package plans, and as to whether they will eventually be connected back into Northern Ireland water, if it so happens. It's only a query back to the applicant, and I think he's in the office with you, that whenever the sale goes through, that at least it's highlighted to the purchasers that they are responsible for the maintenance of this, and possibly the eventual connection to the public sewer system, if that is an option. Because I wouldn't like to think that further down the line, if some of us are still alive, that the issue might come back to the council and say, why did the council not let the people who bought the houses know that it was their responsibility to look after the private package plan? It's only a suggestion, and it's to try and stop angst and anger further down the line, both for you and for the applicant, if he's going to develop, and us as council. Just if you could give me a comment on that, Marcus, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Yes, this definitely is an issue. We're well aware of it within the industry. And I think what has happened in the past, that it hasn't been properly addressed, probably at legal stage. So we are aware of that issue, and we've talked actually about it. And I think solicitors now are more aware of it than anybody else, to be honest, you know. So it's going to be tied in, as you're aware, the road is private actually as well, so it's not an adopted portion of road we're putting in. So the three owners will be in a management company, and they'll be responsible for the road and the sewer. So they'll pay a yearly maintenance towards that. There'll be a contract then with the supplier of the package plant, who will then maintain that on a yearly basis, you know. So as I say, valid point, very, very good point actually. And we've definitely talked about that, and it is being addressed, you know.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kerr. Any other questions at this junction? Councillor Garrity?
Thanks, Chair. And not so much a question, I don't need a response, but it's just for information perhaps to Marcus, and thanks for that, he was kind of opening the door wondering why it was called. And often as members, we call in any application just to see how it's interpreted for our own education. So I don't think there's anything underlying there. But I would also just say to Marcus going forward, with the time allocation, it would be good to maybe include the applicant's name. So if they wish to speak, if they don't wish to speak, they can waiver their rights. But certainly it means if we have any questions then directly to you or the applicant, which is sometimes useful for clarification, that exercise can be used by yourself in opportunities like this. So just more for information going forward in case maybe the agent wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Nobody is indicating at this point now, so I would thank Mr. Kerr for speaking to the committee, and I suppose I move on now to councillor representation. So we do allocate 5 minutes for this part of the meeting, and if members are in agreement, I would invite Councillor Wilson to speak first, and I suppose allocate 5 minutes there, and then I will make sure that Councillor Buchanan's written contribution is read out after that. So Councillor Wilson, if you can hear me, you're very welcome.
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can indeed, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would like to congratulate Paul on his elevation anyway, and it's well deserved and well over the years. As you approach Drumquan from the Oma area, on the left-hand side, an outstanding, and it is really an outstanding development has been constructed there by the applicant. The approval of this quiet area has been queried as to the number of houses that is there, but this site is a spacious site and very well served by the 3 houses and this application. It will be served by a pumping station already constructed by the applicant, and it's in close proximity to the local community hall. The sports facilities are all there at present. This is a very small, limited number of dwellings, and in the Drumquan area is to be welcomed. It is years from there has been any new houses built there, and it's really to be welcomed. And I would expect a high demand for these dwellings. It was previously not incorporated in the development, and it would probably, if it wasn't built now, it would probably end up as a dumping ground rather than a completed development. Very beneficial to the area. I have no problem supporting this application, and its approval is to be welcomed. There was, yes, a debate as to ownership or some play area in the tower, but the applicant, in his wisdom, had put red brick in the tower as to his ownership, and that is clearly marked, so there should be no problem there either. And I have no problem. It doesn't take 5 minutes to sell that site, because anybody has seen it. I was at the site yesterday, and it's a magnificent site, and I would welcome that and ask that the committee approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, and within the time, and I'm going to at this point read the written representation by Councillor Mark Buchanan. And this is in support of the applicant. So I wish to write in support of the application before committee today for 2 semi-detached dwellings and 1 detached dwelling in Burrells Glen, Drumquin. I recall this application coming before committee previously as a refusal, and the applicant and agent have now amended the proposal, and it is at a position where planners have recommended it for approval. Burrells Glen is a quiet development within the village of Drumquin, and there's always a need for more housing in the area. This has been proven over the last few years, and I am regularly being contacted about the lack of housing both to rent and to purchase. I feel these houses are very much needed, and the applicant has worked with planners on this application, and I feel that it should receive approval today. Having read the report and all the details, including objections, I feel that the application submitted should stand for approval as recommended to committee. I trust you will look favourably on this application, and I hope my submission can be read out as I'm unable to attend the meeting today in person. And that's from Councillor Mark Buchanan in support of the application. I'm going to now ask our planning officers if they have any comment to make at this stage.
No further comments. Councillors, however, just in relation to the comments of Councillor Irvine about highlighting the issue of the package treatment plant, an informative can be added onto the planning decision to go with the approval if it is granted. And it would identify or draw to the attention of any purchasers that they will be responsible for the long-term maintenance of the package treatment plant and also for the access road. So we can add that in if that's acceptable to members when they come to reach a decision.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go for approval to go with our offered recommendation, subject to the 7 conditions.
Okay, Councillor, and Councillor Irvine.
Yeah, I'm happy enough to second the recommendation, but could I ask the proposer to add in the additional condition as highlighted by Darren in regard to sort of the requirement and responsibility for the package plant?
Just to be clear, members, it's not a condition. It's an informative, so for information of developers. So it doesn't need to be added in technically, but yes, if you want to include that within your proposal.
Well, as long as it's included.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fahey. Really, sorry.
Thanks, Chair, and wish you best of luck on your new position there, Paul. Good man for the job. No, I'm glad that Robert brought that up about the sewers there and them treatment plants, as they are causing serious problems in a lot of other housing estates. So just hope that there'll be no more handlings like that. So I'm just glad that's mentioned in it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And I too am content, or I'm contented. I'm happy that that's been addressed. I just want to ask our officer, Darren, in respect of the treatment plants, that we don't have the full detail of that at this stage. Are you content from an officer point of view? I mean, we know we're in a floodplain, etc., and that can be satisfactorily resolved.
Yeah, it's often the case, members, that development may not go ahead. Technologies change over the years, so things can be amended. The package treatment plants can change as time goes on. There is a condition on the approval, recommended approval, number 1, that before they do any commencement and they build anything in here, they give us the details of the package treatment plant. So we will get that all in and we will look at that. It'll have to be able to accommodate the 3 houses that are approved as part of this development and be up to the required standard. If necessary, we can take advice from the Environmental Health, Environment Agency, or any other specialists that we need to, just to confirm that everything is above board.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Members, so we have a proposal by Councillor Robinson, and it was seconded, I believe, by Councillor Irvine, and that's in support of the officer's recommendation to approve. Are we all in agreement? Okay, all agree, members. Thank you.
Okay, members, so the recommendation then was to approve planning permission. Members have granted planning permission for the reasons listed in the report and subject to 7 conditions. And just an informative will also be added on to the decision notice, drawing to the attention of purchasers that they will be responsible for the long-term maintenance of the package treatment plant and the access road.
Thank you, Darren. Members, we will schedule a refreshment break, but probably after the next application. We normally go around 4 p.m. And just in respect to the application, I've declared an interest. So at this point, maybe if I could take, a nomination for the chair, Councillor Robinson, or sorry, Councillor Irvine.
Well, I'm looking across at my colleague, Councillor Maguire. I'm sure he would like to bump up to the chair. If he doesn't, I'm proposing him anyway.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think your party colleague and group leader, Councillor Maguire, would be very fit to do that job.
Okay.
Thank you, and second it.
Thank you. I'll vacate the chair.
Take your guidance. Good members, thank you, members. I'm humbled by your support. So, sorry, members, while I get my bearings here. Okay, members, sorry, I'm just getting adjusted here. It's application number 2, plan LA 10 2021-0277F. And it's for the retention of a unit of sales of guns, ammunition, and country pursuits, clothing, and accessories. So over to you now, Darren, for the presentation. Margaret, thank you.
Okay, members, so paper C then, application 2, LA 10 2021-0277, full application by D. Monteith for the retention of a unit for the sale of guns, ammunition, country pursuits, clothing and accessories. The location then is 13 Shinny Road in Barra. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the one condition. Members, will just take you through the details then. On the screen is the site location plan. The site then is identified in red. There's a yellow star on the location of the site, and it's a roadside plot beside the public road. It sits beside number 15, Shinny Road. Sorry, 13 it is actually. It's labelled as 15 in the plan, with a car parking area then across the road. Just to zoom in a bit closer then, members, so you can see the red line then. I've just highlighted the boundaries of the site in red, and the site itself is the yellow star. And you can see the position in relation to the adjacent house with the public road then and the car park across the road. Block plan then shows the Shinny Road running along the bottom of the slide, access then in to the number 13, the house, as you can see on the slide. The unit then that the application is subject to and is seeking to retain is identified in the position of the yellow star on the right hand side of the boundary hedge. It's labelled there as existing unit. So if you're back at the block plan, you're standing on the road looking in the direction of the blue arrow. You can see number 13 to the left and the unit to the right. And that's a Google Street View image then, just showing the house to the left, the building then to the right, and then the adjacent building to the side of that. So our application then is to retain the building with the yellow star. The building itself then is on the screen. You can see the 4 sides, 4 elevations. Internally then the ground floor plan and the first floor plan. So you can see on the left hand side, the ground floor plan has the armory, then the equipment, ammunition store, and the left hand side is labelled as a country pursuit clothing sales area, plus training and demonstration area. There then is an upstairs into a general store on the right hand side. There is previous approval on the site, members. You'll note from the report that approval was granted under the LA 10 2019-0345. So this is the plan that granted approval, and you can see the location of the building under that approval is more or less in the exact same position as the current application. That application then granted approval for a training, storage and amenity unit at the Outdoor Pursuit Centre, and that's the elevation of the approved unit on the right hand side. The floor plan then on the left hand side, you can see the ground floor, the gun armory, the equipment and ammunition store, and then the left hand side of the building was labelled as a training and demonstration room. Upstairs then was a general storage area. So that's the comparison of the 2 buildings. So on the left is the as-built, which is the subject of this current application. On the right then is the approved plans that were previously granted on this site. Internally then, the approved plans on the right again, and then the application is to retain the building on the left hand side, which is the one that has been constructed. And you can see the difference really, councillors, is internally. There's a change to the finishes outside, but internally the left hand side of the building was to be used as a training and demonstration room. However, it is now used as a country pursuit clothing sales area, plus training and demonstration area. So there's a large element of retail sales, which wasn't in the previous approval and is now in this current application. So the recommendation then, members, is to approve planning permission for the retention of the unit for the sale of guns, ammunition, country pursuits, clothing and accessories, and subject to one condition.
Thank you, Darren. Any questions at this juncture? Right, no questions from member at this stage. So we have speaking rights on this application, and we have Mr. Derek Monteith and Mr. Richard Collins. There is 10 minutes allocated to both of you, so you can share it whichever way you see fit. When it's coming near the 10 minutes, I will indicate that we're around 9 minutes. So go ahead, Mr. Derek Monteith, please.
Firstly, I would like to thank the chair and members of the planning committee for allowing me to make my representations regarding this call-in re my planning application. I'd also like to make an apology on behalf of my architect, Richard Collins, at this stage, who was also to speak on my behalf regarding this matter, but unfortunately Richard has a family funeral today and therefore is unable to attend the meeting. This call-in refers specifically to paragraph 6.279 of the Strategic Planning Policy Statement of Northern Ireland, which has been addressed comprehensively by the Planning Department in their case officer report. If I may give you a background to the business that operates from my site at Arbulshaney. This is a family business, was originally started by my late father from his premises on Main Street, Beara, in approximately 1974. Servicing the local shooting, sports and farming communities. Unfortunately, my father passed in 1994, after which my mother kept the business going for the next 4 years with my assistance. In 1998, my wife and I moved the business to our new premises at 15 Arbulshaney Road, Beara, and this is where our business has developed from, continuing to service our local community from wherever they came. In November 2008, I was granted planning approval for an outdoor country sports activity area, which is directly adjacent to my site at 15 Arbulshaney Road. I proceeded to develop this site in 2010 and constructed a covered demonstration area for the purposes of coaching and the instruction of the safe handling of firearms, namely shotguns. In March 2019, I was granted planning approval for a training storage amenity unit at our outdoor activity centre, which comprised of a training area, an armoury and an ammunition store, along with an amenity unit. And I should point out at this stage that this application went through with no objections whatsoever. I proceeded to build this unit during 2019, having it completed in October 2020. Because our business has grown dramatically over the last 5 years, I made a conscious decision to move our retail shop from 15A Arbulshaney Road, some 20 metres, to our new premises at 13 Arbulshaney Road. It was at this stage that the planning application for the retention of unit for sales of guns and ammunition, etc., was submitted, and as you're aware, was subsequently granted in principle earlier this year. From the very outset of the development of my business, I have endeavoured to ensure that everything has been done appropriately and in accordance with the advice of my architect, Richard Collins. I hope I've been able to demonstrate to this committee that this business has been in existence for almost 50 years, servicing our local community. Our business catchment now includes the island of Ireland, along with the rest of the UK. We presently employ 4 full-time staff and 2 part-time staff, and our business is registered with the Northern Ireland Tourist Board, and we have had a number of international clients visit our facilities. We have provided specific training on the safe handling of firearms to a number of young farmers clubs from within the district and surrounding districts, amongst other organisations. We have also provided instruction to a number of Duke of Edinburgh candidates as part of their coursework. The very nature of our business relates to the countryside and the people who work and socialise in the countryside. I feel that this location and the nature of our business complies fully with paragraph 6.279 of the SPPS. Thank you for your time, and that completes my representations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monteith. You're well within the time, but we now have an opportunity for members' questions. Any members wish to address Mr. Monteith at this stage? Councillor McCloughery, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Chair. Derek, I wonder, could you give us a sort of an idea of the nature of the business? I mean, is this just people just rack up, or is it pre-booked, and also the sales of stuff? Would the shop be open all week, or is it just open when you have customers coming, or is it by appointment? If you just give us an idea of what way the business operates, please.
No problem, Councillor. The business is primarily the sale of guns and firearms, accompanied by the coaching and training of individuals in the safe handling of firearms, namely shotguns, but it can be any other type of firearms. The sale of firearms is something that, unlike if you go to buy a car, you're given instruction. You have to do driving lessons and everything else. But with the sale of firearms, you don't really require that. And personally, I have endeavoured to provide this service where somebody as a novice comes to purchase a firearm. We as individuals can provide them with instruction in the safe handling of said firearm. I myself have done 2 different courses with the CPSA, which is a Clay Pigeon Association, and the UCPSA, the Ulster Clay Pigeon Association, on the safe handling of firearms. So that's basically what we try to do in our business.
Okay, Councillor, enough of that. We have a further question now from Councillor Anthony Feely.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Monteith, for that presentation. And I know it's tough being business at the present time with your business there. But I was just on page 3, the representations there, and I should have looked at this myself. It says view on the public access system about the impact on wildlife and livestock, and wildlife being shot and snared. I was just wondering, is the farmers close to the area? Is the cattle's being scared? Is that the issue? And the wildlife, does anybody be shooting wildlife while there with your guns or any of that going on? It's just kind of curious to know what them 2 points were. Thank you.
Obviously, the site is based in a rural area. It's developed on farmland, which belonged to my late father-in-law, and there are livestock on the land from time to time. With regard to what goes on within the confines of the planning approval, the site that's subject to the planning approval, I can assure the committee that there is no snaring or no shooting of livestock within that particular area.
Okay, no further questions from members. Next up, we have Mr. Patrick Ward in objection to the application. Mr. Ward, you will be allocated 5 minutes to present to the committee. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Ward, go ahead. I'll give you a nod when you're near the 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Ward, please.
Good afternoon. I've lived in Abershoney Road for about 10 years, 12 years now, so I've and I've a few things that I want to bring up. First of all, in the first paragraph of the summary and recommendation, the writer writes, the retention building is beside an approved outdoor sports activity centre, and I don't agree with that. The activity centre was given approval in 2008. The applicant excavated and formed the foundations for the amenity block, but then he decided to build a shooting range without planning permission on the other side of the site. Now, I have a letter from Darren Lawther, the 26th of November 2020, in which he says there's no planning permission for the shooting range. If you look at the site, you have it in front of you. That's the house. That's the shop. This is the shooting range. There's nothing else on the site to do with country sports. And this is an overhead, which also shows the same things. It's the shooting range, the amenity block foundations, and the house. Nothing else on the site to do with outdoor pursuits. The outdoor pursuit centre was never built. The only thing that's on the site is the shop, which hasn't got approval, and the shooting range, which doesn't have approval. And the owners of Herbal Shinny Road seem to agree with this because they call themselves Herbal Shinny Sporting Lodge, registered firearms dealer, commercial clay shooting ground, and commercial game shooting ground. There's no outdoor pursuit centre. The second point would be in the summary of recommendation. The writer claims the training, storage, and amenity block under 0345F was not erected. It was erected. It was erected exactly as it should have been on the plans. And in that letter from Darren Lawther, he says that it was, except for the frontal view, which should have had stone, and it was rough cast concrete. In the development officer's report, marked page 6, it says it's not anticipated that there be a large number of guns, or not large number of customers buying guns. Yet in Facebook, the applicant says he's one of the leading firearm outlets in Northern Ireland. He has 300 guns in stock for sale with a retail value of over £500,000. That would indicate to me, anyway, that guns is a priority to be sold. This has a detrimental effect on our health because the noise from the shooting comes to us. People buy guns, they test the guns, we get the noise down at our house. It's only 500 yards away. The problem I see is the shop is open for 50 hours a week, but the shooting rates on site are only 12 hours a week. And that's why over this past year, since the shop was opened, I've had to report shooting outside restricted time so many times. On page 5, the policy writer, or the writer, states, policy does not have to be followed slavishly. However, have the rules under SPPS been lackadaisically applied, allowing one of the main points, retail use must be within an existing building, to be totally ignored? The writer goes on to say, the nature of and retailing of guns and ammunition requires specific level of security and protection, and a new build is required. I don't agree. Any building can be upgraded and to give that level of security. On page 5.
Sorry, 30 seconds left, Mr. Ward.
Sorry. Well, I'll just finish off by saying thank you for listening to me today. A gun shop and a shooting range would not be allowed under normal circumstances. So please don't allow it by default. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Ward. Now an opportunity for members to pose some questions. Okay, no further questions there for Mr. Ward. Next up, we have Councillor Bert Wilson. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Michael Love, come in late there. Good morning, Barry.
I just noise. Mr. Ward emphasised noise, and I'm trying to imagine what it is like, and also the planning aspect of that. How are planners dealing with, suggestions or experience of serious noise from neighbours? Is that material to the application? What mitigations are put in place to prevent that from happening? And then the fact that Mr. Ward said he regularly complains about the facility operating outside of its hours, all that kind of thing. Just like to hear some comment back from planners, please.
You
If
coming
you
in
wish,
now, Darren? Yeah.
I was going to say, if you wish to wait to the end, Councillor, if it's just there's any other questions for the objector, and then we've Councillor Wilson, and then certainly I can come back to the end.
That's grand. That's what I was going to ask there. Okay, so moving on now, we have Councillor Wilson.
Yes, Chair. Well,
You have 5 minutes also, Bert. Go
can you
ahead.
hear me all right?
Yes, grand. Bert,
Yeah.
go ahead. Thank you.
Well, this is a business established 30 years plus. It is to bring up the high standard that it holds and that the applicant holds as well. Over that length of time, we would have spent somewhere in the region of £1 million. It created 4 full-time jobs and at least 2 part-time jobs. The applicant has worked along with planners over the years and is positioned in a very suitable remote area that is unbelievable how he found an area such where he's really near anybody. And he does adhere strictly to the planning regulations. He does have a wide and varied choice of wet clothes for country walking, for high-class boots, Wellingtons for sports, men's and ladies, also for farmers, and outdoor clothing as well. He does train dogs as well, and teaches people on the careful handling of shotguns and other weapons. Clay pigeon shooting is under strict supervision and under a covered area to control the noise, and also strict timing as to all the times which it is used. And this is videoed and recorded for the planner's inspection. He does supply equipment to agents all over Ireland and even further afield, and to have a facility to train the general public on the safe standards needed in field sport is to be welcomed. And I would fully support this application and the approval recommended by the department and the need for all this necessary requirements. It clearly states here at 6.279 that retail facilities which can be considered appropriate outside of settlements limited, including farm shops, craft shops, and shops serving tourism and recreational facilities. Such retail facilities should be required to be located within an existing building. And I visited the place last week, and anything that I see is really first class and up to a very high standard. And it has a wooded area, and those aren't planted lately. They've been there for 20, 30 years. And it's really, as I say, a more suitable area for his business couldn't be found anywhere, I don't think, in Tyrone. So I would have no problem supporting the applicant, and I would hope that the committee looks seriously at this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert. That's well within the time, and thanks for that, Bert. And next is planning officer's comments. Over to you again, Darren, please.
Okay, members. So really, I'd refer you to the report, members, just in relation to the issues raised by the applicant and also in an objection to the application by the third party. The application before you is to retain the building that's been constructed on site, and that building is for a sales building for the sale of guns, ammunition, country pursuits, clothing, and accessories. There's storage then as part of that, so, for the equipment. It's not to do with the change of use of land. It is not to do with shooting. It is not to do with clay pigeon shooting. It's a narrow focus that the building will be used to retain, will be retained for selling products. Issues relating to the use of the land for clay pigeon shooting or the use of the land for shooting in general are outside of this application. They're not part of this application. Complaints of nuisance and breach of conditions on other planning approvals again, are all outside of this application. What's before you today is an application to retain a building that's used to sell various items. The planning report sets out why the view of officers is that it should be approved. And that's because it was a previous approval on this site for the training storage, the outdoor country sports activity on the land. And there's also a second approval then for a drainage and storage and amenity unit. So there's planning approval on this site, planning history on this site, which is very relevant to it. And that's what distinguishes it from another site where somebody may come along on a greenfield site and say, I want to build a building here to start selling things. There's already an existing use here. And this is linked to it. It's ancillary to it. It's integral to it. It's part of it. And the two go together.
Thanks for that, members. Members' input now. And first up, we have Councillor Thompson. Go ahead, Art.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank Mr. Monteith for coming on and giving us a good explanation of what he has at his facility. There's no doubt about it, and he's mentioned the tourism aspect there as well, which is very important to us as councillors and indeed this council. And thank you, Darren, for giving the explanations as required there. If we're ready to go to recommendation, Chair, I would be happy to go with the recommendation as listed by planning officers and with the one condition as listed as well. So I'm happy to propose the recommendation.
Thanks for that, Earl. Next up, Councillor Robert Airwhite.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair Tommy. No, I'm happy to second the recommendation. It's adequately covered within the paper as presented by Darren. There is a fallback situation already there, and seen from the plans put up, what was built was essentially a mirror image of that fallback situation. The only essential difference nearly is that the retail is shifted from the existing premises just across the road. And essentially that could be covered, as Darren has highlighted again, by a change of use application. The building basically, for all extent and purposes, has already been approved. It's just the change of use within the building. So I'm happy to go with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Robert. Any further comments, Darren?
No, just to confirm to members that the application before you is to retain the building that's there. It's not a change of use of a building that was built, and they want to now change the use. It's to retain what has been constructed. But I think that's come across clear in the discussion.
Thanks for that, Darren. So we have proposed by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Irvine. Are we all agreed? That seems to be unanimous. Thank you for that, members. Thank you.
Sir. So members, the application was recommended for approval. So application LA 10 2021-0277F was recommended for approval by planning officers for the reasons listed within the report, subject to one condition. Members have granted planning approval for those reasons and subject to that planning condition.
Chair, propose a comfort break for 10 minutes at least.
Oh, sorry, Robert, go ahead. Robert.
Propose a comfort break of 10 minutes.
If you could give me a few minutes, Darren has indicated there's one more issue he wishes to raise before we take the break, and it should only take a short period.
After that, I'll take.
So we just have to wait for the chair to return. Give us a few minutes. Sorry. Thanks.
Members, and I thank Councillor Maguire for chairing that part of the meeting. Okay, so we're moving on now. Just prior to, I know we have a comfort break scheduled, but we're hoping to take the next application first, and that's application number 3, LA 10 2021-1201F.
Okay, members, so application number 3, LA 10 2021-1201F. It's a full application for the removal or variation of condition 3, which is an occupancy condition. on a previous planning approval, LA 10 2021-03580, which is outline approval for a dwelling house. The applicants then are the Corrigans, and the location then is southwest, immediately southwest of 302 Tommy Road in Irvinstown. Recommendation of officers now is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to the conditions. I'll just take you through. Members will recall this application was presented to you previously, where they were seeking to remove a personal occupancy condition. So that's the site location plan. You can see coming off the Tommy Road then into the site. And the Tommy Road then with the blue lines of private laneway up to the application site, which is in red. The previous approval 0358 has been granted by the council, but as required by the policy CTY 6, included a personal occupancy condition. The applicant has applied to remove that condition on the basis that they're struggling and they cannot get a mortgage because of the restriction on the occupation of the dwelling. The application had come before you, members, and there were issues in relation to that. At the last meeting, there was a deferral to explore a legal agreement, but that didn't prove successful and wouldn't overcome the issue of getting a mortgage. So as part of those discussions, the applicant did advise and did discuss the maintenance of the land and policy CTY 10. And between discussions between herself as officers and the applicant and agent, they've now demonstrated that they meet CTY 10. And the application therefore can be approved as a house on a farm, and that allows the condition to be removed. So that's why the application has now come back to you with a recommendation to approve, and will be reissued without the occupancy condition on it.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire.
Gormangana Carey, thank you, Chair, and happy to propose the recommendations. It's good to see a sound conclusion to this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Darren and all the team that got us to this point. I more than happily second that and wish Mark and Leanne and their family all the best for their future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Darren, for your report and for all your work together with your colleagues on this planning application, which I'm happy to support, Chair. Thank you.
I support those comments and in relation to Darren and the team. We're all in agreement then. We have Darren's going to sum up. Sorry, apologies.
So just to sum up then, application number 3, LA 10 2021-1201. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report. Members have granted planning permission for those reasons and subject to the conditions within the report.
Thank you, Darren. And members, we had agreed now a comfort break. Can I ask maybe Councillor Thompson and Councillor Robinson, and how long are we talking here? So maybe 10 minutes, no problem. We'll come back here in 10 minutes time then, about 20 past. Thank you. We're going to make a start back, and we're just moving on now to application 4. So that's LA10 2021 11640. I'll ask Darren just to introduce the application now.
Okay, members, so application 4 then, LA10 2021 1164. It's an outline application by G&N McCartney for a proposed infill site for domestic dwelling and garage. The location then is approximately 50 metres north of 43 Duror Road in Barra. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 3 reasons. Take them through the details then, members. On the screen is the site location plan. You can see the site is identified in red. Access is down through the private laneway onto the public road, with additional lands in the control of the applicant within blue. So you can see that to the southwest or south of the site. So the aerial photographs then, just looking down on the left-hand slide, you can see an aerial photograph looking down on the site identified by the yellow star. And the road then, the public road sort of running east-west almost, with the laneway then coming in off the road to serve the house and the farmlands to the rear. On the right-hand side then is zoomed in aerial photograph, so you can see the approximate position of the site in red with the identified by the yellow star. Access then down the private laneway onto the public road. You can also see then on that right-hand slide the other buildings in the area, so the building at the top, number 1, building on the left, number 2, and then building at the bottom, number 3, with a farm group then to the side. So just if you go back to that slide, members, if you're standing on the road looking in the private laneway, just at the beside number 3 then, that's the view then looking in the private laneway. As you can see, house number 2, and the site then is roughly in the position of the blue arrow. So the applicant, through his agent, has submitted supporting statement and supporting information. So I'll just put that on the screen, and I'm sure he wants to refer to it as well. So this is a location map then. This then is the block plan as submitted by the applicant in support of their application. And you can see the application site then with the green rectangle is the approximate position of the proposed house. The other buildings then in the area are identified in red. So you have building 1 and 2 on the right hand side. You have 3 and 4 on the left, and then across the road you have 5 and 6 with the farm group at the back. The issue then raised in support of the application by the agent is that the house has a frontage onto the laneway, and number 4 and 3 have a frontage onto the laneway as well. However, you can see from the aerial photographs that that property with the yellow star doesn't have a frontage onto the laneway at all, with a green field to the side of it. So critical views then, if you're standing at the blue star looking down the road, that's the view then towards the application site. As I say, this information has been submitted by the applicant through his agent in support of the application. So if you're on the road looking down the road, you can see then starting on the left, you have the house and the building beside it. You have the application site then is the green rectangle, building 3 and 4 facing onto the Duror Road, and then building 5 then across the road. If you're standing at the bottom of the slide, so on the left hand side there at the bottom, the blue star, if you're looking from that direction up towards the application site, so the farm group's going to be on your left and the application site will be on your right. So if you're down there, you're looking up the road, you can see then starting over on the right again, you have existing building 1 and 2, the application site in green, building 3 and 4, and then building 5 on the farm group to the left hand side. So just to summarise the reasons for refusal, members, it's contrary to CTY 8 in that the proposed development will not create or add to ribbon of development, and therefore the exception within the policy is not triggered. Even if it was triggered, members, there's no substantial and continuously built up frontage of a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage without accompanying development to the rear. So on the right hand side, you can see the house number 1 has a frontage onto the private laneway, and that's identified by the blue line. So the site then comes beside it. It has a frontage onto the laneway. However, the property to the bottom or the south of that application site, which is number 2, does not have a frontage onto that laneway. It has a frontage onto Duror Road. So as a result, there's not a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage. So it's contrary to CTY 8. In relation to CTY 2A as well, that's the clustering policy. It's contrary to CTY 2A in that there's no cluster of 4 or more buildings outside of a farm, excluding ancillary buildings such as garages, outbuildings, and open-sided structures, of which at least 3 are dwellings. and the buildings do not appear as a visual entity in the local landscape. So there are 3 dwellings. You can see 1, 2, and 3. However, there are not 4 more buildings outside of a farm because the policy specifically excludes ancillary buildings such as garages, outbuildings, and open-sided structures. So really, you only have the 3 houses within the context of the site. From the views along the public road as well, they don't appear as a visual entity in the local landscape. The third reason for refusal relates to CTY 1. Obviously, that would fall if members considered it did meet CTY 8 or it met CTY 2A.
Okay, members, we have speaking rights in respect to this application, and that's from Mr. Gary McCarney, the applicant. We have 10 minutes allocated to this part of the meeting. You're very welcome, Mr. McCarney. So in your own time, if you want to go ahead, I'll maybe flag up when we're around 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Hopefully you can hear me okay there.
Yeah, hear you fine, yeah.
The proposed site, it's not a speculative site. The site or dwelling is for my wife and I and our young family. The site sits between 2 existing dwellings, number 43 Durrow Road, which is adjacent to the public road, and number 41 Durrow Road, which sits to the rear. The dwelling at number 43 Durrow Road belongs to my mother-in-law, and we would like to move closer to her to provide additional support that an aging parent requires now and into the future, and the benefit to our family. I note that the refusal is cited that the application is contrary to CTY 8 of PPS 21 and therefore is not assessed as an exception and not going to be viewed as a gap site. However, I feel that this application satisfies all the criteria under CTY 8, and the explanation for refusal noted is that dwelling at 43 Durrow Road does not have a frontage onto the access lane, which will serve this site and currently serves the existing house at number 41, and therefore is not included as one of the 3 buildings required along a frontage. However, as demonstrated on the location map, I think, Darren, maybe slide 30. Yeah. The site in which the dwelling at number 43 sits extends down to the laneway and is in full control and ownership of this area. There is no boundary between the formal guarding and the open area, so this area also contains the septic tank for the dwelling. So therefore, it does have a frontage onto both the Durrow Road and the access lane. This area could be regarded as a wildlife garden associated with number 43. This then would mean that 43 Durrow Road should read as part of the built-up frontage along this proposed site, and including the buildings along 41 Durrow Road to the rear. I would also like to refer to a recent Planning Appeal Commission view on CTY 8 and gap sites, in which they note the policy makes no reference, for example, to the size of the buildings, their relationship within the main building, whether they should have individual curtilage or access, or their visual impact when viewed from the road frontage. In the absence of such clarification, the Commission can only conclude that the requirements of the policy will be met where there is a line of 3 buildings along a road frontage and where the existing development pattern is respected. There are no objections associated with this application. Therefore, we would conclude that this development will meet the requirements and the criteria set out in policy CTY 8, where there is a line of 3 buildings along a road frontage and where the existing pattern of development is respected, and therefore the other reasons for refusal in 2 and 3 would not stand. Thanks for letting me speak, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCarney. Well within the allocated 10 minutes. We do have an opportunity for our planning committee members to ask any questions at this point. Councillor McElduff.
Okay, Chair. Mr. McCarney said that it's not speculative, it's a home for him and his family, and that there's kind of a wider whole family approach here with provision of care and support for his mother-in-law. Could you just maybe elaborate a wee bit upon that, you know? without breaching confidentiality, of course, you know.
No, of course. Is it okay if I come in there now?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, just currently my mother-in-law is at an age where she does need some additional support and chores during the day. My wife is currently traveling up there to her house daily, and would spend a few hours there on a day-to-day basis. So this site would certainly help our family a big benefit from the less traveling for her to move closer to be at her mum.
And Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCartney. I just wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more on 43 Derrour Road. And I think what you said was that there was a continuous frontage of 3 dwellings onto the access laneway. And you also mentioned that 43 Derrour Road had a septic tank there and a wildlife garden. I suppose I would regard this as quite a key piece of evidence, and I just wonder if you could elaborate on why you're so confident that a policy CTY 8 is met. Thank you.
Go ahead there.
Of course, like no, going back to the location map, it's quite clear that the site at 43 extends down to the laneway. So it, and I know that I've noted there at the Planning Appeals Commission also say that the text within CTY is very vague and it doesn't go into the detail of what should be viewed. So there's no specific to say that that house can't be viewed from the laneway and the frontage that's there. So in our view, it is read. If you're there on that lane frontage, the house is in front of you, it's read as part of 3 other buildings along that frontage.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else indicating while we have the applicant here? Okay, so we have nobody else indicating. So at this point, I'd thank you, Mr. McCartney, for addressing the committee. And we're going to move on as per our protocol. I'm going to ask our planning officers if they've any comments they'd like to make.
Yeah, members, I think you've picked up on the critical issue. Members, the issue is that site number 2, which is number 43, if I'm correct. Yeah, number 43. So the house number on that slide in front of you labeled as number 2. The question before you is whether it has a common frontage onto the private laneway, which is on the right-hand side, parallel with the blue line. The view of officers is that it doesn't have a frontage, that it's a field. It's not kept or maintained as part of their garden. It's not part of their amenity area. There's no evidence that it's maintained as a wildlife garden, except what the applicant's saying here, though. So the critical issue for officers is it's that number 2, that house number 2 has a frontage on the Derrour Road, but it doesn't go down to the laneway, and therefore it doesn't have a frontage onto the private laneway, so there's not an infill opportunity. And that approach would be consistent with other applications that have come before us as a council and been determined in that approach as well.
Councillor McElduff.
Just to ask Darren, is he splitting hairs? I know that's very provocative language. You know, is he splitting hairs regarding the definition of this field, this garden? You know, surely the area that is being referred to takes you down to the road. It is within his curtilage. You know, is that not being too defensive, too restrictive, when there are already too few opportunities for people building in the countryside, and one of them is a gap site, one of them is infill. So within the exceptions to the rule, we're being a bit too defensive here, would be a rhetorical suggestion.
Yeah. Members, it's your decision here. Obviously, this is the view that officers are coming to you with. That view is a consistent approach with previous applications since the transfer of powers. The planning policy has been through numerous appeals and judicial reviews as well. And the issue has always been about this common frontage, and I know our new plan does take that into account when we're writing our new policies. In the case of this application under CTY 8, this area here does not appear to be part of their garden, and that has always been the test that officers have used and the council has used. However, as you quite rightly say, each site must be looked at on its merits and on the ground in terms of how it appears. But as I say, the view of officers is that this approach is consistent with other decisions that we've made as a council.
Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Darren, for that clarification. And just, I wondered, Chair, if I could have a comment on Mr. McCartney's assertion that in previous planning appeals reviews, PAC reviews, that the point is made that the policy actually makes no specific recommendations regarding what constitutes frontage. And in particular, Mr. McCartney says that the septic tank for number 43 Derore Road is located there, and then the surrounding area really, I suppose, is allowed to remain wild and really could be considered as a wildlife garden. But I suppose the fact that the septic tank is in that area would mean that that piece of land is in the ownership and is functionally attached to the dwelling at 43 Derore Road. And I suppose if you were to walk up the laneway, you would actually see the garden and the gable of number 43 Derore Road. So I just wondered if I could have a comment from the planning officer regarding that, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor, the PSE decisions are material considerations. However, there's been so many of them in terms of CTY 8, and each one, really they are all different. It's impossible to say, well, this one changes policy or this one does this or does that. If a policy is going to be changed, it needs to be changed by the decision maker, and the policy makers. It can't be changed by a PSE decision. I'd encourage members to look at this application on its own merits, and if you feel that based on the evidence before you, it meets CTY 8, and you give sound planning reasons for that, that would be an evidential basis to make a decision on. Referring to PSE decisions, for every one that an applicant comes along with a PSE decision that they think meets an application, I can give you one that it doesn't. And that's why we don't do that as officers, because we don't think that's an acceptable approach. In terms of the riveting development policy, the critical issue that is that you have to have this frontage. Is there a frontage there that you can put a house into a gap along a frontage along a road, and it'll consolidate and round off that development? And that's essentially what you're looking at, and that's what the policy tests are. So to have that gap, you need to have a building with a frontage to the road. And if I go back to the slide, you can see there, house number 2, the critical issue does the garden or does number 2 have a frontage to that road? And I think, as I say, the view of officers, and that would be a consistent approach with other applications, is that in regards to the character and appearance of it and how it looks in the ground, the planning history, etc., that does not look like that house has a frontage to the laneway.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Darren, and everyone, speakers prior to myself. I agree with you, Darren, in that you are trying to be consistent in your decisions, and that each application has to be looked at on its own merit. I've listened to Councillor McElduff, Councillor Deehan, and I don't think we're splitting hairs, but I have listened to the other material information that's not, maybe, you have to place your own relevance maybe on that, but I think it could be argued, and I would accept the view of Mr. McCartney that Site 2, 43 is at Durr Road, does extend down and would therefore be a line of 3 or more buildings along the frontage. In my opinion, I certainly take your comments on it and see maybe where you're coming from, but I would argue that I think he may have merit in his comments, and therefore I would accept that going forward. And I wonder if the committee would consider granting approval. I think there's other factors at play here. At his family, there's ageing relatives, which a lot of us are familiar with, and the issues that go along with that. But based on the site to 40 Heater Road, I would see it as equaling the 3 or more buildings along a frontage, and I would propose that we approve permission for this uncontentious site for the applicant. And again, that's up to the committee, but that would be my proposal, if that's sufficient, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, I would second it because I am satisfied that policy CTY 8 can be met here. You know, I know it's a contest, there's a spirit of contest here, but I think it has all the components of policy CTY 8. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair, and I too would like to support Councillor Garrity's proposal, seconded by Councillor McElduff, because I do feel that the policy CTY 8 has been met, and so therefore I do support the recommendation and proposal, Chair. Thank you.
And Councillor Rainey.
Well, likewise, Chair, I'm familiar with the location, not with not with the applicant or anything like that, but I'm familiar with the location and the building, and I'm happy to support it as well.
Okay, members, so we have a proposal, and it's been seconded, the proposal by Councillor Garrity, seconded by Councillor McElduff. And that's to approve the planning application contrary to the officer's recommendation. Are we all in agreement? We're not in agreement, so we're going to have a vote. So I'll ask those in favour of the proposal of Councillor Garrity to raise their hands. Those in favour are Councillor Deehan, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Rainey, Councillor Thompson, Councillor O'Reilly, Councillor Garrity, Councillor Feely, Councillor Maguire, Councillor McElduff, and Councillor Campbell. And those against the application, or the proposal, sorry, is Councillor Irvine and Councillor Robinson. So that has been approved. I'll ask Darren to sum up. Thanks, members.
Yeah. Okay, members, and just in relation to that as well, obviously as it meets CTY 8, the other 2 reasons for refusal would fall, so there's no need for the member to give a comment on that. So the recommendation then was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to the 3 reasons. Members have gone contrary to the officer's recommendation and granted planning permission. In relation to conditions, members, could I ask just that that's delegated back to officers to agree the final wording? There'll be the standard conditions just in relation to ridge height, retention of boundaries, access and landscaping.
Councillor Rainey.
So proposed, Chair.
Is there in relation to, and seconded by Councillor Thompson, in relation to conditions. Okay, members, moving on now to application number 5, and that's LA 10 2020 13420. I'll ask Darren just to introduce the application.
Okay, members, so application number 5 then is LA 10 2020 13420. It's an outline application for 2 dwellings and domestic garages by Kernan Homes. And the location then lands approximately 50 metres northeast of 59 Ballinamullin Road in Omagh. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 2 reasons. Sorry, members. So on the screen then, members, is the application site. So you can see the site outlined in red with beside the Ballinamullin Bridge. Access then is out onto the Ballinamullin Road. And the proposal, as it says, for 2 dwellings to go onto the site along with their garages. The application, although it's an outline application, is accompanied by additional information, and that includes a survey of the site. And you can see that's included on the slide. The plan also includes a drawing marked for information purposes only, and it shows the location of the 2 sites with the 2 buildings on the site. Although it is marked for information, members, it would be a material consideration, and neighbours have been notified, so this is what is before them and would be what is being considered by you today. So the application then, you look from the report, members, one of the issues is flooding. You can see then the Farmhill Road and the Ballinamullin Road identified on the slide. With the water course then is the Glen Scallop Burn running along the rear of the site. The site itself then is a red line with the yellow star then in the centre. And that's just some photographs then of the water course at the rear of the site. So the DFI rivers flood maps are the starting point for any applicant or the developer when they're looking at issues of flooding. The rivers flood maps show the fluvial flooding, which is the water course when it bursts the banks and spreads over onto adjacent land. And that's the slide on the left-hand side in blue. The site is also affected by surface water flooding, so that would be pondage during periods of heavy rain, etc. But the critical issue before you members today is the blue one on the left. So if you just zoom in then, you can see then the site is identified just above the blue arrow with the yellow star on it. And you can see the blue then covers a significant portion of the site. What I've done then, members, is to just try and define the edge of the boundary in red for you. So you can see then the bit beside the Ballinamullin Road is outside the floodplain, and the bit to the right of the red line then would be within the floodplain on the DFI rivers flood maps. As I say, the application is accompanied by a flood risk assessment, and within that, the pulled out paragraph 2.5, which says that the assessment includes a topographical survey of the site, including cross sections of the water course, which have been surveyed for the purposes of the assessment. And that's the topographical map then that goes with the flood risk assessment on the slide in front of you. The outcome of that survey is on the right-hand side of the slide that the applicant predicts the flood events will cover the area in blue. And on the left-hand side, remember, you can see then is the predicted flood from DFI rivers. So there's a significant difference here in relation to the applicant's predicted flood events and DFI's view that over half the site, approximately over half the site would flood. And if I just put those two together as a comparison, you can see the issue. So the applicant's saying that only the blue area will flood. If you take the DFI rivers flood map, the approximate position of that red line is midway through the site, so a significant part of the site would flood. Why is that important, members? Well, the aerial flyover photographs show the site in 2006, and you can see it's a green field. 2009, a green field again, no obvious change. 2012, again, no obvious change to it. 2015, no obvious change again. 2017, no obvious change. And then you come to 2020, and the site then, the grass, is no longer on the site in comparison to the previous photographs. There's an entrance on the right-hand side, which appears to have hardcore coming in off the road at the junction. And then in the top left of the slide as well, there's a gap there in the hedge has been created, which appears to be allow access into the site. So that's an aerial photograph from 2020. Again, that's the NIA Natural Environment Map Viewer, which shows the same flyover photograph. So sometime in 2020, something has happened at the site, and the question is what happened? And that's where the dispute really appears to be, that the applicant reckons there's been no infilling in the floodplain or land raising, whereas officers would be concerned and be of a different view that there has been. So the Google Street View image then, dated March 2009, shows the site, and you can see then the Ballinamullin Road on the right-hand side and the topography of the field down to the water course on the left. And then in 2011, you can see then the Ballinamullin Road on the right, sloping down the field then to the water course on the left. And then in 2021, you can see then the Ballinamullin Road again, and then the site and the field sloping down to the river on the left. If we turn around and look to the left, members, if you go in that gate and you look over to the left, that's the view then. You're looking down parallel with the road, and you can see the field then in 2009. So where the sheep is, and to the right then, you can see, members, it's relatively level from the image on Google Street View. And then in June 2021, you can see then the conditions of the site. So there appears to be a bank then, the red arrow, a grass bank has been formed, or something has happened that has changed the levels. So just go back, that's the slope or the site in 2009. So you can see to the right of the sheep there, looks fairly level. And that's the condition then in 2021. So this would appear to support the view of officers that there was land raising at the site, which lifted the site out of the floodplain, changed the levels. So if we just zoom in again, that's the the closest up view of 2009, and then we go to 2021, and you can see the difference between the two. As I say, members, that's critical because the difference there really relates to the predicted flood levels. That's the applicant's flood level, and if you put the DFI Rivers one on, then you're losing about half the site from flooding. And that then affects the block plan, which means the houses are within the predicted DFI Rivers floodplain. In relation to other issues, members, the site is zoned as open space within the area plan. That's the yellow star. So you can see it's part of a larger area of open space then, with the plan having an intention to put a footpath, a riverside walk footpath along the rear of the site. And the applicant has put forward a case about why that footpath will not go ahead, and has also made a case which is outlined in the report about why this site should be developed, despite it being zoned as open space, and I'm sure they'll come on to that themselves. So the summary of the reason for refusal then is contrary to policy, and that it will result in the loss of open space in land zoned as open space, and it's not an exception to policy. It's also contrary to policy as the site is within the floodplain, and the development is not an exception to the policy.
Okay, so we do have speaking rights in relation to this application. So we have in attendance online, we have Mr. Martin Kiernan, who's the applicant, and also Mr. Peter Dolan, the agent, and Ms. Una Given, planning consultant. So we have 10 minutes allocated to this part of the meeting. So it really is between yourselves, those in support of the application, to decide how that is divided up. So I will keep track of the time, and I'll maybe let you know after about 9 minutes, but maybe in your own time, if you could just introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's Una Given here, and I'll go first. The Planning Department has recommended refusal on the basis that the proposal will involve the loss of open space and that it is not an exception to PPS 8. However, the most up-to-date and determining policy is the SPPS, which allows for the loss of open space where either the development would bring a substantial community benefit or it will have no significant detrimental impact. And the SPPS makes no requirement to provide an alternative. Our case is that the scheme will have no significant impact. The site is part of an area along Cranny Burn that was zoned as open space in the OMA area plan, which includes a proposal for an amenity walkway. The proposal will have no impact on the capacity to deliver an amenity walkway. The wooded stream along the burn will be retained. There will be no significant detrimental impact on the zoning as a whole, and the case officer's report confirms that there will be no harm to the watercourse. So permission may be granted under the SPPS due to the absence of harm. However, if it is the committee's view that PPS 8 attracts more weight than the SPPS, and that the developer is expected to make alternate provision, the applicant is willing to gift the remaining land in the host field to the council and to provide a walkway. Notwithstanding the comments I've just made, other material factors outweigh the area plan zoning in this case. In the 30 years since the adoption of the plan, the amenity walkway was not delivered. However, other changes in the area have occurred. One, a precedent has been set for the granting of planning permission for non-conforming uses within the same zoning. Two, when the area plan was adopted, lands just across the road from the site were not then in use as open space and were left unzoned. But in the years since, the neighbouring Gaelic grounds extended west into this area of whiteland, representing an open space windfall of 1.5 hectares, which would offset the loss of the site, which is less than 0.4 of a hectare. And then number 3, in June of last year, planning permission was granted for a walking trail around the same playing fields, providing the local community with a safe and accessible off-road environment for exercise and recreation, adding value to that area and again offsetting the loss of the site. To conclude on the open space, the most up-to-date planning policy is the SPPS. The proposal will not have a detrimental impact on amenity, and the development of recreational facilities in the local areas in the years since the plan was adopted, they outweigh the plan. The second reason for refusal relates to flooding. The council is relying on DFI flood maps, which are indicative only and which not provide sufficient detail given their scale. The applicant ranged for a specific flood risk assessment of the site. The modelling clearly shows that the development is outside of the flood risk area. And I'll now hand you over to Mr. McKernan, who will make a presentation, and he will include a description of works that have taken place on the site in the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Una. Good afternoon, Chair and members. Just to confirm, I can be heard okay?
Can indeed, yeah, very welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. We've been building houses now in Omagh from around 2011. Quite recently, we completed 25 homes at Tamlock Meadows, providing quality homes to a market in need of housing. The additional benefit of the community is the boost in the local construction market, which provides both direct and indirect economic benefits. We seek to provide employment to upwards of 50 people throughout the construction period should we get consent for this application under consideration today. In terms of the background to the site, we purchased this back in March 14th, 2019. Prior to this, and to the extent of my knowledge, the only other works carried out in the vicinity was that of the Ballinamullen Road Bridge refurbishment around late 2015. Now, one of the reasons for refusal on this application is that the lands are located within a flood risk zone, and it's our contention they're not. We carried out a flood risk assessment, which confirmed the site is located outside the flood risk zone, as per the block plan from Darren's presentation, slide number 3 clearly shows. The DFI Rivers maps, as relied upon by planners in their assertions, are indicative only where the river has not actually been modelled, whereas our flood risk assessment modelled the river and it clearly shows the site is not located within that flood risk zone. Around May 2020, and in line with a DFI Rivers Schedule 6 bank stabilisation consent, we carried out works to stabilise the bank from river erosion. These works involved drainage stone, ploughing and re-sowing. The water flow was not restricted, the river bed was not altered, the level of the floodplain was not increased, and the disturbed lands were reinstated in good order. The case officer's report here cites evidence of the lands being filled and levels raised. We have not seen or been provided with this evidence. However, during the application, we offered evidence in support of the fact that the levels had not been increased in the form of documentation that spoil was actually removed from the site during the works being carried out as authorised by DFI Rivers to stabilise the bank. In terms of planner suggestions of filling, the images provided offer no sections, levels or topographical information. Instead, they offer 2D aerial views of a field with and then without grass, i.e. some images in brown, some in green. I hope that my points have been clear and fair, and we seek support from the committee today that this application meets policy, and we believe that our arguments offered provide such a conclusion. I now ask our architect, Peter Dolan, to address you all with his final summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. I hope that you can hear me okay.
Yeah, can hear you fine, yeah.
The key points raised by the planning consultant and the applicant, Martin, are as follows. The proposal has no significant detrimental impact on the provision of open space in the area, particularly given the acres of open space in the adjoining Killyclar GA lands, which was zoned as white land in the Omagh area plan. The indicative flood maps from DFI Rivers do not provide sufficient detail. The flood risk assessment, analysis and modelling as submitted indicates that the proposals lie outside the flood risk area. And if required, and as pointed out earlier, the applicant can gift a portion of land along the river for an amenity walk or indeed a fisherman's wharf if required. The applicant described what works were carried out to the field over the past few years. These are as follows. Major development work to the Stone Bridge, road widening and footpaths in and around approximately 2015, and that was carried out by Road Service. The river bank stabilisation work in May 2020 as approved by DFI Rivers, and also drainage work and re-sowing to the entire field stroke site in question. The planning department have shown photos of possible filled areas to the site. Photos from 2009 show no widened footpath nor widened stone bridge. And that is paramount to the argument here also. The outlined application is for 2 detached dwellings and large plots which reflect the context and character of the area. The design layout, scale, massing will be similar to what is in the locality, and there's adequate room for private amenity space and parking. Finally, I'm asking the committee recommends approval on this site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have kept within the allocated time, and we have an opportunity now for any questions that our committee members might have for any of our speakers. Councillor Deehan.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Una, Martin and Peter, for your presentations. Chair, I know this area very well. I pass it every day on my way to work. And I have to say that I agree that there is lots of amenity open spaces in this area. And as has been alluded to, the developer would be willing to provide or gift land for further walkways should that be necessary. Although I am cognizant of the walkway around the Ballinamullen pitches. I suppose my question really for Martin and his colleagues would really be around the flood risk assessment, because as councillors we know of the problems that exist when houses are built in floodplains, and it's absolutely essential that we receive the reassurance that we need to ensure and be confident that these high quality houses will not be at risk of flooding. Now, both Martin and Peter have referred to the flood risk assessment and analysis. And I just wonder if either Martin or Peter or Una could just go over that again in more detail, just so that we can have that reassurance. I appreciate your points that the DFI maps are indicative only, but I just wondered if you could go through that in more detail, just so that we can have that assurance. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think I'll pick up on a few points here, if you don't mind, Councillor. The flood risk assessment and the modelling was carried out by a professional organisation that we have employed and worked with in the past. They studied the modelling, and given that the indicative flood maps from DFI rivers were very vague and didn't go to the scale that we required, the modelling as we carried out give us quite detailed information in terms of the levels and which were liable, and the sections of ground which were liable to flooding. So our proposals indicate a finished floor level well above the flooded area, and we have a freeboard as required by the Rivers Agency also. So our proposals, driveways, etc., are well above that. The application site has a paired entrance, which is off the Ballinamullen Road, which is obviously away from the Ballinamullen Bridge, which was potentially considered a wee issue also. So I think we're well above that, as the modelling indicates. Our finished floor levels have indicated that we're well above any potential issues, and I don't see an issue going forward.
And Councillor, sorry, did someone else want to speak there?
Right, Chair, could I just add as well that the Rivers Agency, they have not actually contested the flood risk assessment that was submitted as well.
Okay, and Councillor Gardy, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks everybody for their contributions so far. And I think we are all very aware here in this committee the risk of flooding, and particularly the risk that can be attached with the flooding in Oma. So that is something we as a committee would have to be very reassured with going forward with any developments, and we are very cognizant of all times. But Darren and the planners have outlined their concerns regarding that, and yourselves in favour of the application have give your version of events regarding flooding, and it'll be up to us to determine where we sit with that. My question is just, there was reference to gifted land was possibilities. What were the possibilities again that might have been to the council because in the lack of losing some outdoor space? Just that could be clarified for me, please. Thank you.
Martin, could you answer that one?
Happy to. Yes, Peter. Councillor Garrity, we had proposed the idea of a gift to the council of the remainder of the site that abuns the burn or the river, which would, I suppose, ultimately compensate for, as per the plan, the loss of what's designated as open space. Very happy to consider any suggestion or any discussion among planners or the council as to what form that might take.
Thank you. And Councillor McElduff.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. In point 7.0 on page 5 of the report, it refers to PPS 8 OS 1. And I found it interesting that Una said that whether or not we choose to give weighting to that policy or to the SPPS, that there's a difference in approach. But within OS 1 there are a couple of exceptions, and it seems to be that if it can be overcome, demonstrable loss of open space, then there are possibilities within this site. So I would maybe ask Una to explain her point about PPS 8 versus SPPS, which one we give greater weighting to. What was the point she was making there? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor, PPS 8, as Councillor McElduff pointed out, there is an exception where there's no significant harm to amenity. And then there's two tests that you can meet, one or the other, or two requirements that you have to meet. One being that if the site is less than 2 hectares, which would be that in this case, that you make alternative provision. So that's like, I suppose, a hurdle that you have to get over. Now, and we've demonstrated how we could do that there. However, the SPPS doesn't provide that type of a hurdle. It basically states that your planning commission will be allowed if there is a substantial community benefit that outweighs the loss of the open space, or where it is demonstrated that the loss of the open space will have no significant detrimental impact. It doesn't provide further hurdles within that you have to get over, such as providing an alternative somewhere else. So that's where the SPPS is different from the PPS 8. And in that respect, then the SPPS is a slightly less onerous policy. And, as we know, that where there is a clash between the SPPS and retained policy, the SPPS is the determining document. So that's what I'm saying, is that the SPPS basically says you can lose open space, provided that 1, there's either substantial community benefit, or 2, there's no significant harm. And we're saying there's no significant harm, so it meets the SPPS. And the PPS 8 to me is a slightly more onerous policy, in that you then have to provide these other alternatives, like providing an alternative area of open space. But obviously it is for the committee to decide which is the most determining policy. But in my view, it's the SPPS, as it is the more recent policy.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions then while we have our speakers available? I don't see anyone else indicating, so at this point I'd thank Mr. Dolan and Ms. Gibbon and Mr. Kiernan for addressing the committee and taking the questions of the members. And I'll move on to the next part of our procedure, really, and that is to ask if we have any questions for our officers. Councillor McClary.
Thank you. I'm not exactly sure who to address this to, and whilst the sentiment is quite that they're going to gift us some land, if we give them plan permission, we get given land, and sort of it can be reported in another way. Council get land for given planning permission if you sort of reverse it. Is there, if they want to put something through on the conveyance, and that if the council wish to buy the land at some stage for this, that may be better, but I'm not sure who to direct it to. But I've sort of sits uncomfortable with me at this stage.
Councillor, you can direct that at me. I can answer that. There is a planning policy which is headed enabling development, where people can come along and say, right, this doesn't meet policy, but this is what I propose to do, and that will allow me then to benefit from a grant of planning permission. Now, this is new information really that hasn't really come before us, before as officers before, as a formal proposal to gift this to the council. So it's something that we as officers haven't given any significant weight to or considered in great detail. There have been offers before of gifts to council, and I know it does cause problem with the states and internally, maintenance and looking after it, etc. So it hasn't been a solution on other applications. However, I'm not saying that would be the case here. The critical issue for you today is, does it meet the planning policy? If it does, then this gifting idea really is not really that relevant. And the two key issues that I keep coming back to, and I have raised this with them, is the flood risk assessment that you're looking at today is based on the existing ground conditions. And the evidence that I presented to you is that something changed in this site. The levels changed, and there is obvious changes to it, and that has impacted upon the flood zone and reduced the flood zone to the benefit of the applicant. So there's land now that's outside the flood zone that in DFI Rivers maps was within the flood zone. So something changed there, and the view of officers is that the evidence proves that the land was raised. There was something material brought onto that site and a change in levels, which the applicant's benefiting from, and there hasn't been any comment or evidence to counter that. The issue of the reinstatement of the bank along the back, again, I asked for that information and that wasn't forthcoming, so I don't know what went on there. We don't have any details on the degree of the works along the Riverside bank. I would point out to you that the objector who's lived near the site has raised the issue of flooding, and it's in the report you'll look there, has said the field's in a floodplain, numerous occasions where the field flooded so high water flowed out onto the field, onto the farm hill and Ballinamullin Road. So that is a material consideration. I have no evidence to support that, but it is a local person saying that. When you take that, you take the DFI flood maps, you take the evidence that something changed in this site, there's a picture there builds up that the land has been altered and the land has been raised to get out of the floodplain. In terms of the home area plan, the home area plan is written as a plan, a composite plan, looking at the bigger picture, taking an individual site and snipping it out of that bigger picture as piecemeal development. It's not something I think is a good process and good way to work. We are going through a new plan process now. That's the opportunity to come along and say this should be zoned for housing or should be housing on this site, not through this application. The final point then in terms of the flooding is filling in the floodplain doesn't just get people out of the floodplain, it can put other people in the floodplain. And that's why it's so important, members.
Just going to ask Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, thanks. And just moving on from what Darren's saying there, there's also some discussion about a conflict between PPS 8 and the SPPS in terms of open space. I just refer members to the transition arrangements in the SPPS. It's paragraph 1.12, and it says any conflict between the SPPS and any policy retained under the traditional transitional arrangements must be resolved in favour of the SPPS. For example, where the SPPS introduces a change of policy direction or provides a policy clarification that would be in conflict with the retained policy, then the SPPS should be afforded greater weight. However, where the SPPS is silent or less prescriptive, which it is in this case, on a particular plan and policy matter than the retained policy, this should not be judged to lessen the weight afforded to the retained policy. So for me, I would advise against lessening the weight to PPS 8 in this case, and it's very much a retained policy. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Irving.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, the two issues for recommendation under refusal essentially is under PPS 8 and under PPS 15, the planning and flood risk. I'll deal with the first one. I'm not moved by the loss of open space with regard to the offer now being put on the table at this late stage with regard to a substitute for open space and moving forward. I think it's quite direct in regard to what the open space is, and Darren through the report has highlighted that, and it is a loss. So I'm not convinced from that. But the more worrying part is the second recommendation for approval. And here we have a direct conflict in regard to what the agent and the applicant and the planning consultant are saying in regard to the flood risk assessment and what our officers have presented in the form of visual evidence dating back to 2008, 2009 with regard to overviews of the site, and in most recent, the material change, in my opinion, that has happened in the last 3 or 4 years. What we haven't found out is what exactly is the change that has occurred and who actually carried out the change. What we have got actually is an indication that there is a flood plan coming through from DFI Rivers, who are our statutory consultee and have provided the necessary documentation, albeit I think the reference was that it's slightly vague coming from the agent and that we had to take our own levels. I would ask Darren, first of all, in regard to flood risk assessment, what are the base data that a flood risk assessment must move from, and what's it based on? Because the evidence or the indication that I have got is that the applicant through his agent took their own levels, and it's from those own levels that the flood risk assessment has been based upon. And therefore we have a direct conflict coming from our statutory consultee based on their database evidence, and now on the flood risk assessment coming from the agent. That's an extremely worrying condition here, because if we go against the officer's recommendation, we're basically putting aside, or in essence we are putting aside, the evidence presented by officers to refute the evidence apparently being provided by the agent. And I have a severe problem with that, because it will set a bad precedent. And some members have already highlighted we have had problems in the recent past in regard to applications coming forward directly in a floodplain, and our statutory consultee saying a development should not occur. And if you set that aside, you're putting the council at risk here. So I'd like to hear some comment back from Darren, please.
Yes, Mayor. So a flood risk assessment is it's a document that's submitted with an application. I'm sure members are very familiar with it by now. The critical piece of information within that is an existing site survey. So somebody goes out and they take the levels of the ground and then they model the water course and put the two together to see where the flood event will reach up to within the field. In this site here, there's an obvious issue that land levels have changed in the view of officers. Something has happened at site that moved the site out of that blue area down closer to the river, to the water course. So therefore, the view of officers is the flood risk assessment should be based on the original ground levels, not the levels of that site that it is at the moment. And that's the important piece of information. If it's based on the original levels, then we would be in a more confident position to say whether or not this site is in the floodplain or outside the floodplain. All we can do as officers and as council is fall back on the Rivers Agency website, which gives us that map with the blue line on it. That has been taken on other applications and has been proven to be correct. And I have no evidence in this case to say that it isn't correct. Again, I'm highlighting the issue of the objector who has highlighted that this field floods and the water came out onto the road. That's local knowledge. Now, I have nothing to support that and go with that, and it may be just them saying that in opposition to this application. But when you build up the picture of what's going on here, this field appears to be significantly affected by flooding, whereas it's not now. Something has changed.
Sorry, thanks very much, Darren. If I could have a follow-up. You've highlighted an issue with regard to the possible infilling on this site, and there is no planning permission that has allowed that. Is it now necessary to actually raise an enforcement case actually to investigate this? And should we actually put this application on hold until that investigation is complete?
Well, the view of officers is no, not to defer it or put it on hold. The application is here to be determined. If there's enforcement action following the decision, that'll be investigated and taken, through the due processes.
Well, look, I'm still here, and before I go, I'm sorry, this is potentially a critical risk here, and I don't see any evidence coming forward from the agent applicant to refute the evidence provided by officers, which is putting a risk in front of the council. And in that case, I'm proposing that we go with these officers' recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Deegan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Una has expressed her opinion that in respect of loss of open space, that SPPS is the determining document. But Paul has clarified that really in considering this aspect of this application, we should remain with PPS 8. Now, under PPS 8 OS 1, there is provision for acknowledging that, the loss of open space is not great. The area that we're talking about is not huge. The developer has also stated that he is willing to gift the remainder of the site to the council to compensate for that loss. And we've already heard that there is a wealth of open space in that area because of the Ballinamullen playing fields and the associated walkway. Also then, in terms of whether or not the loss of that open space would detract from the amenity of the area, could I just ask for the planning officer's opinion, given the particular geography of the area, whether he would agree with that the loss of this small area of open space would not significantly detract from the amenity or biodiversity of the area, and also that the applicant has expressed himself willing to compensate the council, although I do accept that this is new information introduced at this stage, but it could be perhaps the basis on which we could recommend a deferral for further exploration of those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, members. So just in relation to the issue about the open space and the two different policies you have, Una in her presentation stated that the SPPS is a less onerous policy. So it benefits the applicant essentially through being less prescriptive. And that's the key issue that Paul raising. When you're in that territory, it's a less prescriptive policy. You go with the PPS 8. You do not go with the SPPS. So when you go to the PPS 8 and you get into that plan and policy test, it's important to look at the policy tests, and they're set out in page 6, members, and I'll just take you through. An exception will be permitted where it is clearly shown the redevelopment would bring substantial community benefits that outweigh the loss of open space. So there's no substantial community benefits here. Exception will also be permitted where it's demonstrated the loss of open space will have no significant detrimental impact on the amenity, character, or biodiversity of an area, and where either of the two circumstances occur. So it's a twofold test. The application doesn't meet either of those twofold tests. So really the issue of whether it would have no significant detrimental impact is neither here nor there, because you don't meet the rest of the tests. Those tests are that the alternative provision is being provided, which is at least accessible to current users and at least equivalent in terms of size, usefulness, attractiveness, safety, quality. Well, there's no alternative being provided as part of this application. The other exception or the other circumstances relates to sites which result in the loss of playing fields or sports pitches. This is an agricultural field, so that second one doesn't apply either. So the two exceptions don't apply, so the whole policy doesn't apply.
Good Chair, if I just may follow up on that. Just in terms of exception number 1 and the substantial community benefits, and the officer has stated his view that there are no substantial community benefits. But, you know, time and time again within the council, we have raised the need for housing within our district council area. And what the developer is proposing here are 2 fine houses built to a very high standard. And this builder is known to us. We have seen examples of his work, and we know that his work is of a high standard. So I'm afraid I would have to disagree with Darren that there are no significant or substantial community benefits. I think that there are community benefits in terms of housing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Dean. Just, I suppose, in terms of my knowledge, being involved in the local development plan, in terms of taking housing as a substantial community benefit, going towards IE, independent examination, we had a bit of an issue with the sort of the extent and the amount of commitments for residential development within both Oma and Enniskillen. Quite more than, significantly more than our need for the entire plan period had already been committed. So in the context of that, I certainly, my advice to members would be that the provision of additional housing would not be a substantial benefit because there already is substantial commitments within the district. Thanks.
Councillor O'Reilly.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. Just to follow up on that last comment that Paul made there, that there is overcommitment, and so this specific sort of offer of building extra houses doesn't qualify. Can we differentiate those commitments at all in so far as vast majority of them are only sites acquired, or actually with planning permission, and try to sort of prioritize that if you're just talking abstractly, that there is an opportunity that's different than if there is an actual site, whether we give planning permission or not, that you're at that stage. That would be one question. But going back to which I consider more substantive, is the whole idea of the flooding and building in the flooding, and the seemingly very divergent views between a recently carried out detailed survey and the one that our sort of statutory consultative provides. I'd like to get some understanding if, as was stated in that presentation, that theirs is a very sort of a roundabout version of where the floodplain would be, notwithstanding the locals' comments. But how accurate is that, and should more weight be given to, which would seem logical, a recently carried out very in-depth survey done as to the floodplain? And Coupled with that then, Chair, I've heard over the years that we must assess on what we have on the ground at this specific point in time. And I clearly heard in the presentation that they were saying that they did not see any change of levels provided and that no extra soil was put on and all the rest of it. And we are showing aerial photographs that may or may not say that there was extra landfill there, but there's no definitive proof one way or the other. So, you know, there is certainly ambiguity there, Chair, but I suppose the main point I'm looking to clarify is over and above whether we can prove it one way or the other, surely is there not a case that we take the decision on what we have in front of us at the given point in time? Just those questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor. So let's just take the last one, the issue about the flooding. You take the decision based on what's before you today, and the decision is yours based on the evidence that's being presented. You have the applicant at one stage at one side who's carried out the flood risk assessment based on existing ground levels. I have no doubt that survey and that flood risk assessment is correct and accurate, and I do not question the competencies of the person who wrote the report. The issue for us as officers and as a council is it's based upon existing ground levels. The evidence that officers put forward to you today is that there has been a change. Something has happened on that site. The levels are different to what they were previously. And you can see that through the aerial photograph when the site is a different color. So something has happened there that's a different color, okay? You also then have the Google Street View images, which show the levels of the site from the Google Street View image camera. And you can clearly see the field at one level and then a more recent change with an embankment. So it's building up that picture that something has happened. The question and the comment you said exactly is ambiguity. There is ambiguity here, but we're dealing with flooding, and flooding is so serious that I don't think you can have ambiguity. Yeah, it's in the floodplain or it's not, and support that, because if the council approves this and somebody gets flooded out, it'll come back then to say, well, hang on, this was approved in the floodplain. So that's on that point. Maybe you want to come back?
Yeah, Chair, if I may. But given whether there was land rising done or not, it is where it is now, unless you're prepared to go scrape it off. It is now raised at above according to the thing. So we're not talking about this site actually flooding now, because let's just run the scenario that there was, and I'm not saying there was or there wasn't, but if we take the land sort of height now, it is we're not contesting that it is above the floodplain. So therefore any building would not be within the floodplain.
Yeah. There's two issues there. The first one is you need permission to fill in the floodplain or to raise the land, and there's no permission for that. So if the land has been raised, there's no planning permission giving permission for that, nor would there be for obvious reasons. The second issue is if there has been filling in the floodplain, it lifts that bit out of the floodplain, changes the flood zones, and somebody else may get impact. And that's the key issue here, members. As I say, it's the potential impact on others. I have no issue, as I say, it's outside the floodplain now, and the flood risk assessment confirms that. The issue is something changed in that land to lift it out of the floodplain. That's the difficulty there. In terms of the first point about the policy for the loss of the open space, this issue of substantial community benefits, it's a decision for members here, obviously, as I keep saying, but the two things, there has to be community benefits and they have to be substantial. So the community benefits would be the provision of 2 detached houses that will be sold in the open market for, I'd say, market value, which would be considerable at the moment. The second thing would be that that wouldn't really benefit the community. It'll benefit 2 people who can afford to build these or buy these houses. The second thing then is it has to be substantial community benefits. So is 2 houses to be sold in the open market a substantial community benefit? If this was affordable housing, which is going to be sold through a housing association, things like that there, and we could condition and look after that, that to me is a community benefit, and we've had that before, but we don't have that here. These are sold in the open market to the highest bidder.
Just Paul McDermott.
Just, Councillor, in terms of the commitments and your query in terms of commitments, as part of the independent examination, we had categorized them and the hard commitments, and that's sites that have commenced and are under construction, and also sites that have valid implementable permission. So very specifically hard commitments, shovel-ready projects.
And Councillor McLahry.
Thank you, Chair. I think the main problem here is the floodplain issue, and there's a massive difference between what the agent is saying is the current situation and what Rivers Agency have recorded as being what their understanding of it is. And I don't think we can go against the Rivers Agency. At this stage, they're the statutory body responsible for it, and to protect ourselves and protect the council and to protect whoever the potential homeowners may be, we can only go with the officer's recommendations. So I'll second Councillor Evans' proposal that we go with the officer's recommendations.
Okay. So, members, we have a proposal by Councillor Irvine, seconded by Councillor McLahry, in support of the officer's recommendation. Are we all in agreement? Okay, that's agreed. Thank you, Barry. Oh, no, not okay. So, anyone else in disagreement with the officer's recommendation at this point? Let me record Councillor Michael Duff not in agreement, and remaining councillors present are in favour. Councillor Deehan?
May I just ask a final question, please? You know, is there any further information that we can, as a committee, can consider before rejecting this application or you know, refusing the application? You know, is there any further information that we can seek that would give us the reassurance that we seek regarding?
Sorry, Councillor, the only thing, I have to cut you off there, but we have, because we've put the proposal to the floor, we've made the decision really, and I would at this point ask Darren to sum up on the decision taken, and then if you wish to come in with a general point, I will bring you in then if that's okay, Councillor.
I was hoping to raise a different proposal, Chair.
Chair, the decision has been taken. The proposal was put to the floor and it was concurred that all agreed with the exception of Councillor McElduff. So the proposal has been carried.
We only had one proposal at that time, and there was no other indications on the screen, so I had to put that proposal to the floor. So I'll ask Darren to sum up on that decision. Thank you, members.
Members, so application LA 10 2020 1342, an outline application. The recommendation by officers was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed in the report, subject to 2 reasons. Members have refused permission for those 2 reasons.
Okay, members, we're moving on now to application number 6, and that's LA 10 2021 0486. I'll ask Darren to introduce the application. Go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, I have to leave here now.
No problem. No problem. It's noted. And Councillor Maguire.
Hi, Glenn, thanks, Glenn. Just, I don't have to leave immediately, but given the length of time that it's taken each individual application, I just, would it be worth considering at this stage, do we think we'd complete the next item within the time?
Half-6, and maybe we didn't start a wee bit late as well. Yeah. Members, we did not start the meeting just at 6 o'clock due to a technical issue, and we also took a comfort break. So it's the view, in my view, that we can consider this next application. But I'm happy to be led by the committee. But we did take a comfort break, which allows us to extend the meeting. There was a 15-minute comfort break, and we started the meeting perhaps 10 past 6. 10 past 2, sorry. So we can go to, sorry, before we can go to 6:25. If that helps the decision. Councillor Garrity?
Sorry, just maybe to clarify, can we not go a bit later with that half-hour extension? Is that as well? Finish the business. Yeah, I'm torn. I would tend to agree with Councillor Maguire. You don't want to rush these applications, and some take longer than others. Maybe, Chair, you take a vote. If I would be content that we reconvene. I think I don't like to rush, and you tend to get tired as the day goes on. You don't want to be making the wrong decision. But so for me, I propose we reconvene. But again, it's up to the rest, everybody here.
Go ahead, Councillor Irvine. Sorry, just a second. Go ahead there.
I understand the members' concerns, but technically, because we started late, we had a comfort break. Technically, we do our 4 hours, and that's up to 6:25. So maybe we just go to 6:25 and see what happens. We'll get one more done. We'll try and see, but I think we should go on to 6:25, and then we'll see what takes place after that. Yep.
Councillor Maguire.
Glenn, it's just that I think was it nearly an hour and 20 minutes at that one application there. That's just a consideration. If it was that we decided to go on to complete some of the other business at the end of the agenda, that would bring us to nearly 6:25. But to start an application and stop halfway through, that's what I'm thinking is just would be problematic.
Members, I'm really content with what you decide, but I mean, it is my view that we could complete another application. That's my view as the chair here. I do, however, I know there may be an argument that we have to come back anyway on Monday for another application, but it's my view that we can complete next application on the agenda. Okay. Well, I don't envisage we can't really, we will not be able to complete the business, I don't believe, by 6/7, but I do believe we can finish this next application. That's my opinion. Okay. So members, application number 6 is LA10 2021 04860. I'll ask Darren to introduce the application.
Okay, members. So number 6 then, application 6 LA10 2021 04860 for dwelling and domestic garage by Mr. Donaghy, and the location is approximately 60 metres northwest of 344 Drumnakilly Road in Carrickmore. Recommendation is to refuse planning permission for reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 reasons. I'll just take you through. Members will recall the application came before us last month. It was deferred for 1 month for the consideration of legal advice in relation to a lease document, which was considered to be a material consideration of the application. So the lease has been received and has been considered, and the application is now before you. So this is the farm map of the applicants, and you can see then the land in yellow and red. The application in the site is the red rectangle with the yellow star in the center, and you can see then the surrounding buildings, the 2 existing farm buildings then that are annotated to the right hand side of the site. Access then comes down onto Drumnakilly Road. So that's the approximate position of the site then with the yellow star, and you can see then the farm building to the right hand side. The second building then is at the rear of that, and the other buildings then adjacent to the site. Access then will come along parallel with the farm building and then come into the farm group and run along using the existing access. So we've looked from the report, members. One of the issues is the proximity to the settlement limit of Carrickmore. The site is immediately adjacent to it. which is shown by the black dotted line. You can see on the drawing. If we just zoom in a bit closer then, so you can see the black dots then is the settlement limit. The farm building then appears to be the rectangle just at the edge, and then the site is beside that. So it's immediately adjacent to the settlement limit, and one of the issues is urban sprawl. So views and members, if I just take you back to that, John, so you're in the Drumnacilly Road, and you're in the left-hand side driving towards the village. That's the view then from Google Street View. So you're at the approach into the village, and then you come along, and you keep coming along the road, and the site then is accessed by the laneway on the left-hand side, and that's the view then down to the farm buildings. The laneway is the gravel laneway, and the site then is over on the left, with the settlement limit then defined along the left-hand boundary. And that's the view then as you come out of Carrickmore, and the site is over on the right-hand side. And just as you come on out further now, it is a Google Street View image, remember, so you are up high in these images. When you're in a car, you're obviously at a lower level, and you do have the existing field boundaries and hedges there. One of the issues last month was the proximity to the third-party farm buildings, and the applicant referred to a lease that has been agreed, because they're not in ownership of these buildings, but they have a long-term lease. That's the building there you can see. So the lease was received, and legal services have commented on that, and they are content about the lease, but they have said, let's get the wording here, members, that they've reviewed the lease and confirmed that at present there is no validly executed and enforceable lease over the land, as the lease has not been registered with Land Registry. In response to that, I contacted the agent to see whether it had been registered, but there was, there's been no reply to that. But I'm sure he can comment on that today. So there are alternatives, members, that would meet the policy. You can see those identified by the yellow circles, and with our application site being the yellow star. So the 4 reasons for refusal, members: the proposal is contrary to CDY 10, not visually linked or sited cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. CDY 15, and that it would mar the distinction between the surrounding countryside and the town of, or settlement limit of Carrickmore. Contrary to SPPS, and the occupants of a dwelling permitted would be adversely affected by noise, odours and general disturbance from the nearby farm group. And then CTY 1 obviously is the final reason for refusal. It would fall, members, obviously, if you consider that it meets CTY 10.
Okay. So we have an opportunity now for a representation by the planning agent, Mr. Chris Cassidy. So we have 10 minutes for this part of the meeting. You're very welcome, Mr. Cassidy. In your own time, just go ahead, and I'll let you know when you're approaching the 10-minute mark, the 9-minute mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once again in support of this application. 3 issues remain a concern for Council, and I would hope to address each of these in turn. Council's first reason is that the new building will not visually link or site to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. To help minimise the impact, policy tells us that the new dwelling should be positioned sensitively with an established group of buildings on the farm. It states it will not be acceptable to position a new dwelling with buildings which are on a neighbouring farm holding. The important words here are neighbouring farm holding. The house will be sited beside 2 farm buildings under the applicant's control and are not part of any other farm. A lease has been copied to Council stating the applicant has control of these buildings in excess of 40 years unexpired. The lease is fully signed by all parties and is legally binding. On the 6th of April, I received an email from Council acknowledging the lease was fully signed, but requested confirmation that the lease had now been lodged with Land Registry. In 25 years of dealing with planning applications, I have never received such a request from any planning office, nor to my knowledge has any other planning agent. To enable this request to be done, firstly, transfer maps outlining the buildings and boundaries have to be drawn up. Secondly, all parties have to have it sent to their solicitors for agreement. Thirdly, the solicitors have to send it to Land Registry. As someone who deals with these issues on a daily basis, the time frame for completing these 3 steps can be upwards of a year. The Council request to be done within 14 days was totally unrealistic. To avoid the need for this, the lease can be altered for 25 years remaining. There is no need then to register to Land Registry. Having talked to both parties, they are agreeable to this. The amended lease can be forwarded to Council prior to the approval if it is forthcoming. Secondly, the council state the development would mar the distinction between the defined settlement limit of Carrickmore and the surrounding countryside. The council has not identified any specific critical viewpoints from which to assess the site. Indeed, the Planning Appeal Commissioner who viewed the site noted there was no views of the site from any direction going on Carrickmore, given the vegetation and topography. She did, however, state the provision of an access and the loss of hedging for the visibility displays would mar the distinction. To overcome this, no new access is now being created. No hedging will be removed. The existing access will serve both the new dwelling and the farm. As the site is well enclosed by mature vegetation and cannot be seen from any public viewpoint, the proposal cannot be viewed within the context of the built-up area of Carrickmore. Thirdly, the council argued that the occupants of any dwelling would be adversely affected by noise, odours and general disturbance. The owner of the farm building is also the proposed resident of the new site. They are well acquainted with farm noises and smells. As elected members representing constituents, you will have heard planners argue numerous times that the new house must be clustered with existing farm buildings. When health and safety concerns along with odours are raised, the common reply is that these concerns are not unique and apply to any working farm with good health and safety practices employed can be minimised. This is the case here, and the applicant is aware and content with any issues from the farmyard. There have been no neighbour objections to the proposal and all consultee replies have been returned favourably. The farm policy is, in general, a good policy, with many rural people being allowed to stay in the close proximity to the land they were born on. The policy cannot be a one-size-fits-all. The applicant here has picked a well-integrated site adjacent to two existing sheds, which he controls and uses. The house will be lived in by a young family, born and reared in this area, and it is their wish to remain as part of the community. For them reasons, members, I would ask you to respectfully approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Well within the time frame. I'd maybe ask members if they have any questions for the agent at this juncture. I suppose I'd remind members that we only have one opportunity really to speak to the agent, and that's during this part of the meeting. As you are aware, but just okay. Nobody is indicating. So in that case, I thank Mr. Cassidy for speaking to the committee.
Right. Thank you.
And I'm going to ask our planning officers if they want to make any comments.
No members, happy to take questions.
Councillor Deehan.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondered if Darren could comment on the requirement by the planning department to get the lease lodged with land registry. Mr. Cassidy states that in his experience this has never been required before. I mean, are we being unreasonable in making that request? It seems from what Mr. Cassidy tells us, Chair, that it can take up to a year for all the relevant legal requirements to be met, and the council was only allowing 14 days. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so as I say, the lease that was received was sent on to legal services, and the advice back from them was that there was no validly executed and enforceable lease. So for the lease to be material and to be used as part of the decision-making process, you know, it has to be a lawful lease. It can't be one that's just, well, it's not enforceable. So there was a discussion with the agent, and he's correct there. We did go back, and he came back with a comment, and that was accepted about the signatures on it. However, the issue about the lease having to be registered with land registry, legal services, Philip was advised that that is a requirement. Now, all we would be looking as a council or as a planning department is for the application to be made to land registry for it to be registered. That can be made very quickly and fairly straightforward. If it has been submitted, then that would be good enough for it to be given, you know, determined weight, members. So I don't know whether you want to ask Philip for comment on that specific issue.
Yes, that'd be helpful, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Philip, you have your hand raised there. Philip?
Yeah, Chair, and I was just simply going to make the pretty much the same points as Darren has made there. There's an obligation, and it's a legal obligation, that any lease over land for a period of 21 years or more must be registered in the land registry. It's a very straightforward requirement, members, and a straightforward process. Now it appears in this stage that the agent is saying maps need to be prepared. He seems to have suggested that it would need to go back to both sets of solicitors, given that there is a signed and executed lease from both parties. One assumes that both parties have already received all of the legal advice that they need to receive in relation to the terms and conditions in relation to the lease. So this is now a purely administrative function in terms of submitting this lease to the land registry. Darren's quite correct when he says there is no requirement for the council for that registration process to be completed, because that can take an extended period of time in the land registry for them to get through all of those formalities. There is a backlog. But pretty much as soon as the lease is submitted, an acknowledgement is received from the land registry to acknowledge that they have received the application and that it will be dealt with in due course. If the agent was in a position to provide that acknowledgement, then that would be sufficient for the council. So that, members, really is something which certainly could be completed within 14 days. Certainly, we are not talking anything remotely close to a year in relation to that. But just to be clear, members, it is a legal requirement, an absolute legal requirement, that any lease over a period of 21 years for value must be registered in the land registry.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that certainly is helpful to have that clarification. If I may, Chair, just one further point for Darren. Mr. Cassidy states that none of the vegetation around the application site will be removed, and that in fact the application site won't actually be visible from the road. Could I have a comment on that, please?
Members, just maybe before I do comment on that, there was a comment from the agent that he was going to reduce it down to the lease down to 25 years. So I don't know, Philip had mentioned the 21 years is obviously a critical issue. If we can maybe get past this issue, and if the agent was going to reduce it to 20 years, then that wouldn't need to be registered with land registry based on the advice we've got, and may assist the applicant in relation to that issue. So members, I would just point that out for your information. Whether you have the opportunity to go back to the agent or not, I don't know. But it would change circumstances, given that they did say they would, or he did say he would reduce it down to 25. If it goes down to 20, then according to Philip's advice, we don't need it registered with land registry. So that would be the point on that. In relation to the visual impact issue and the issues raised there, members, one of the concerns is the removal of the hedge along the road frontage. There is a verge there. DFI roads have said that the hedge will need to be removed to provide the visibility displays. At the least, it'll need to face back considerably. But the advice from roads is that no, some of the hedge along the frontage will need removed.
Councillor McElduff.
I think, again, if there are possibilities, we should take the time. I know it's onerous on the officers, to see deferrals and further deferrals. But I think in this particular instance, where we haven't the facility for going back to the agent, perhaps if we could defer this for 1 month for those ongoing conversations to take place, and for it to come back in a month's time, Chair, would be my proposal.
Okay, Councillor McElduff and Councillor Deehan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I would second Councillor McElduff's proposal, and just request that the planning officer liaises with the applicant or the agent in terms of what could reasonably be achieved in terms of dealing with the lease and land registry. I suppose the applicant really would prefer to have the lease for longer than 20 years. And if, as Philip has advised us, that all we require is evidence that the application has been made to land registry, we don't require the registration process to be completed, then perhaps that's the way around it. But I certainly would feel that it's worth deferring this application to explore all possibilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to bring Darren in at this point.
Members, given the request for the deferral, I think it may be appropriate just to ask if the application can be delegated back to officers, and we will review everything that comes in and see what the outcome of that is. Certainly, if the lease, if a validly executed and enforceable lease comes in, that is a significant change to the application, and we will look at that sympathetically. And if it can be done under the scheme of delegation, then it doesn't have to come back to committee. We will certainly look at that as officers.
Okay. Councillor Irvine.
Yeah, happy enough with that. The issue with regard to the removal of hedge planting, could you, when you're talking with the applicant and the agent, could you say, and I know we don't like conditioning, that if any hedging is removed, that a suitable substitute is replaced, a mature hedge is replaced in its stead, so we keep the enclosure right rather than stripping the place bare? I know you can do that and have done that, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a proposal, I take it, by Councillor McElduff, seconded by Councillor Deehan, and that's to delegate this application back to the officers, and then on receipt of the required information, they can then issue a decision, perhaps without coming back, or they may need to come back. Not able to delegate it back. Okay, members, are we all in agreement? Okay, with that, okay, all in agreement there.
Okay, members, so application LA 10 2021-04860, an outline application for dwelling for Mr. Donaghy on the Drumnakilly Road. Recommendation was to refuse permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 reasons. Members have deferred the application and delegated it back to officers to consider further information in regards to the lease and the planting as well, sorry.
Okay, thank you. At this juncture, I would propose moving to item 8, if that's okay, because I don't believe we can get the application sorted this. Councillor Irvine, seconded by Councillor Garrity. And item 8 is to note the schedule of planning decisions issued in March 2022, paper D.
Opposed, noting.
Councillor Irvine, seconded by Councillor Garrity. And item 9 is to note the update report on planning enforcement in March 2022.
Again, proposed, noting, Chair.
Irvine proposed a note, seconded by Councillor Maguire. And item 10 then is to note report on the Public Accounts Committee recommendation, and that's following the NIAO audit report. And Paul's just going to say a few words on that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just say a few words. So it's agenda item 10, and it's a report on the Public Accounts Committee, and we discussed it earlier. So it's following on, members, from the NIAO audit report, and basically the recommendation that at the minute the planning system is to an extent failing. So the PAC report, sort of the PAC, they had met on the 10th, 17th and 24th of February, and also the 10th of March. And that was to consider evidence, and that was heard from Solus and Nilga, and our own Chief Executive and Councillor Irvine had presented evidence to that. So I suppose there's a number of recommendations coming out of the PAC report. I suppose just in terms of the key issues for us members, it's important to acknowledge that in the context of council performance, the NIAO report acknowledged that the council's ability to perform effectively is being constrained by issues beyond our direct control. The PAC report goes on to make 12 recommendations, and the council sort of generally welcome those. Officers welcome them. We just would draw attention to 2 recommendations. Recommendation 7 is in relation to rural housing, and that the department should ensure there's a sort of consistent approach across Northern Ireland. But I suppose it's unclear to officers as we progress in their local development plan, and members will be aware that we have our own sort of unique opportunities for non-farm and rural dwellings within the countryside. So I suppose it's unclear how we can have a consistent approach across Northern Ireland when we're progressing our own development plan to address our own needs. And then the other recommendation is recommendation 8, and that's recommendation by the committee recommends that the department urgently considers how it exercises its oversight of the planning system. And again, officers would suggest that oversight by the department should be to put on legislative changes that will facilitate councils and delivering an effective function within our district. So in terms of next steps, there is a plan on improvement way forward workshop in terms of be attended by the strategic planning group, and that's on the 29th of April. And at that we'll discuss how best to prioritise and take forward these measures, and we'll report those back in the committee in due course. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So, Councillor McElduff.
Yep. I think we should take this quite seriously, very seriously. I think with the Audit Office report and the PAC report, there's no great understanding of rural Tyrone and Fermanagh in crucial aspects. And, my question would be, what is this the prelude to? There seems to be a warning there in recommendation 8, heavy warning, and don't like the sound of it. And maybe there's too much oversight already. Did the transfer functions tell us, or did they not? And I think that following on from Paul's report back on the workshop on the 29th, we should be considering our options as well. We might want to have our own workshop, but what those two reports are saying to us and what action we can take as a planning committee and as a council. So just watch this space, all of us. We should all be very vigilant, because there's no great desire to meet the requirements of our people, I believe, in Adelaide Street or whatever street these central government offices tend to be located in. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. That being said, would you propose to note the cards? Okay. And seconded by Councillor Irvine. And just to be absolutely clear, I know there's people, and apologies, there are people wanted with speaking rights in respect of application 7, item 7. We have moved on. If you were following the meeting, you probably realised that we would not have got time to finish that application, and that's why we have moved on. So that application will appear on the agenda at the reconvene meeting, which I believe is Monday at 2 p.m. Monday at 2 p.m. the reconvene meeting, and the speaking rights will carry over, so there's no requirement to resubmit the speaking rights. So I just wanted to clarify that just in case, because I know that Mr. Brown and Miss Anthony and Councillor Wilson were here online to make representation there.
We're still here, Chair.
And so are we, yeah. Item 11 is correspondence. Well,
yes.
Oh, sorry, a seconder for that report, Councillor Garrity.
Yeah, just moving on to item 11 then. This correspondence from Donegal County Council, and it's just regarding a pre-draft public consultation on the preparation of their new County Donegal development plan. And members, it's the initial stages, fairly similar to our preferred options. And so they're consulting basically on issues and options to inform their consultation process. We'd normally undertake this as part of the LDP process, the staff involved in that process, and we'll present a detailed report on that in the RNC in May, all being well. Thanks.
Okay. And a proposal to note, Councillor Feely, seconded by Councillor Irvine. 11.2, Department for Infrastructure.
Yeah. This is, members, this is just following on from the March committee meeting, where it was resolved the Chief Executive would write to the Department of Infrastructure just to highlight the barriers encountered by applicants seeking a self-build mortgage, with the inclusion of a planning condition relating to occupancy. So you'll note, members, the correspondence, basically trying to take out the key issues here. Minister Mallon had wrote to the UK Finance and Mortgage Lenders Trade Association for the UK Banking and raised similar issues. And basically, I think their reply is saying that the decision on whether to lend on a particular property is a matter for individual lenders based on their own risk assessments, and they would not be able to comment on individual commercial decisions. And they further advised that the self-build market, while well served, is relatively small, and not all lenders that a consumer approaches will be willing to provide one. And then the correspondence goes on to say it is important to note that in relation to personal occupancy conditions, the number of applicants affected by this is usually small. So I suppose in conclusion, members, not particularly helpful in addressing the issues that we have had. Thanks.
I suppose no consolation that the number affected is small either, but that's the response. In any case, proposal to note, members, Councillor Irvine, and seconded by Councillor Garrity. Any other correspondence? That's everything. Item 12 then, any urgent and relevant business? Nope. In that case, I thank members for their time today, and I thank those for joining us remotely, and also I thank our officers and indeed our IT support, which is of course crucial. And the meeting is now ended. Thank you, members. We'll reconvene on Monday at 2 p.m.